until nepotism no very dangerous no because sebi predecessor even his appointment his involvement in a yini nyina no when who say abusuani bi ho beka akwa ne so ya American tene me ma unye position ni free ho with immediate effect oh who letter no who the wedding yeah with immediate effect. So I want to say Kwabena, we have ourselves
it's so sad. It's so sad.
The people of this country,
the way I almost are running on mine. I mean,
ourselves to blame.
You say, Nana, yes, boss.
Ourselves to
blame. Economy. Bibia Jiagu.
Say,
I say from the ugly, nam the bad, nam the good.
Ugly.
The ugly, I mean, NDC 9 months in a year. How NDC as a political party behind the scene, how they are feeling is ugly. It's ugly in the sense that Ghana Fueniachi, the we are Enyama Esiko, but NDC behind the scene, Omu Blidi. But Metiomasi, you were crossing. Say, I first so na ya mamma do a bruasa say, ya do assassin and a shit. Tis all more yen to squan and name or beat me. Gejia any month I insuring back match more on tin we trying to nurse in our train. And insuring delay for even 1 week near your harbor. And a cobase insuring your toss pay and a junior insurance to how much no sorry no. O my make crowd when no. O my kutim tos. O papa kutim tos. O brother be ordinary chianco be vetri no. On so call by D. And we are crack comedo pa. I'll be chain. That's that's the state of NDC woman. 8 years in opposition. Abane bae no obia pe bebe de ne nurse. Enti obia obo de nurse but onya mfani ni fit ni ye. Nyame ya adu no mfani no mu fit. We are hoping say from next year or say mutwa money na mo party no. Because whether I like it or not, behind the scene, NDC as a political party, ABD.
I want for complaining.
Yes, ABD. The structures of the party, ABD.
Structures are not
the structures of the party. I say my party. The structures of the party, ABD. The focus and attention are baned policies and programs at this strengthy we cannot say same when it comes to NDC leadership and the structures. So that's the ugly.
Honorable. Yes. Problem. It will be.
No problem.
Only problem.
No.
But woman say the hopes any said the Attorney General Emma Ghana for the OC the remu me was okay. First time Attorney General share program a share investigation class here obey update Ghana for the echoes or evidence ayenya research econo. Nana we who say speed ni bi. Ofa bibiti say Kwabena edubuahin case no a. Mr. Attorney General beka say wa create private account. We use free our create private account is similar to national DNA to use free another kugum na or the yen and yaman bano. Nana document bia mimi hu yeno. A very difficult for the Attorney General to prove that claims in court. And I wasn't surprised when Attorney General openly were coming even a year nipa obe prosecuting say my doors are open for plea bargaining. Nanka nipa na no ho kire na mra mesrem wa. And like joke disclosures Attorney General making in regards to this case the vital one pa no I was no my and then is bordered on whether or not it's true say sa account no will be in a private and say it's for something. So Nana, in the coming days, we will make this document in bear to the public. Near be critical questions because the hopes are Attorney General the Mayeno Obesha 9 months under Mahama. na no ne Ghana forecast ye opiania je Mahama response the buy only two sectors the galamsey ena the attorney general galamsey ni the Ghana for nyina je to say ade a ye several years decades party betna bemu before MPP but from 1988 to 2017 a mining license issue was 40 from 2009 to 2016 was 49. Then from 2017 to 2024, 2,151. And I did just 8 years. I said, "Don't me for 8 months." And crack. And Ghana for near buying a drink Accra. Say Galamsey fighting there is ongoing. Me, they be American. So honorable Emmanuel Mabua. Papa no ye juma. Na kono suntino. Ana Ghana for ehu adwuma onabu Emmanuel Mabua any forestry commission kotokomo eye no esunti na Ghana for enya ehu ye but Ghana for seems like we cannot pardon the attorney general department when it comes to this prosecution, especially we were sitting our somewhere yet ye be na attorney general be a press conference ana what say yen eniama osusu say aye Kwabena edu Jenfi aye excess or watertight evidence and the prosecution sha se ko anunkro no ba yet ye ba bi no be ka kire say ghost names enkrofo we edisika my nhwehwemu evidence no enkrofo sha se people are say some of them have started singing like Kabari singing no mo singing demo no yente da ben or master demo alongside tiny now I launch a single we are talking about single while I just single about be album launch now
almost so my wife
da ben about album launch na DJs as I say promote that
boy
nana yedi ani be call titru any adu jamfi issue no adu ba issue nana yedi ani be call papa
I agree with you
enti no that is the bad. Now let's come to the good ni dey edoso ba brema ye kwan enti me limit no more e wo ye Ministry of Food and Agriculture 2018 yes about na
masa omo mayo because ye suppliers omo mayo
ya metiase
ya ba ho masa ya ba ho gidigidi o ya ba ye di uchi yo
esa
ya di ni chi
anyway 2018 NPP abamba 2017 and almost say BBA friend planting for food and jobs. They catch me says can cry Mahama ban kwaje beto ho 115 million Canadian dollar mobile say and say planting for food and jobs. They catch say nya bampa harvest 2018 ye ko ECOWAS srebru what 27,000 metric tons of maize and ye ko sre from a year ECOWAS because a bra yedua na anso yedi secondary school for quarantine amfidi wo mo. Yes, you bet 2018 and 2019 and 2021 and 2020 and 2021 and 23 and 2024. Yes, I call ECOWAS. As I consider Bruno was Abba. And more quite did my eye cover for gum. And I ban said 1 more a comu cook Ghana for. And ECOWAS will mess up on Bosia. But Etianya Yen say, Sabre number Kina Faso for or more pulley out of ECOWAS. ECOWAS so greens ni nyina no every Burkina ana Burkina for so mo de ban to so ma green bia ko ba bia enye sa dia nkom sa de sa green bai nyame adom aban baaye be ka say first farming season ye nana ene aburabu so it's reported say over 100,000 metric tons of grains rice and maize ekwa nya atofo ene aburabu last year a bag of maize now it was selling between 1,000 to 1,002. Yeah. And now, because we got the Chima market, a brew bag 400 Ghana cedis, 400 to 450 Ghana cedis. We need a brew bag. Now what? Omo amudimo said the moke ubi abedia dance here. So last week, and a minister for food and agriculture, Onabore Kopoku, emo release 100 million cedis. The German national food buffer stock. and now minukase national food buffer stock for yes national food buffer stock for ede omo price omo de market ekwa akoto ebro na emo na gari na omo price omo de akọ no se omo tiesi market ni mu a national food buffer stock che se ebro bag bia no omo beto no 450 Ghana cedis na omo ato eye emo no emo bag no so omo to no 625 Ghana cedis per bag afi eye gari so omo to no 840 Ghana cedis bag no omo to surplus no e de akwakosie enti ebedu January February March ni mu a yese bedua aburo no a saa bre no aburo ho ayeden no ma release the aba system no mo we omo ye ne be ma price no ebe kosoro kakra se de be ya farmers no enso so beto mo mfa so na face ye nya ye consume no ye enso so ye timi ato no moderate price a ye nyina ho betimi ato ye na president Mahama so assure Agric ministry say 100 million dey seed money say anso a omo di bi beka ho
Ansah.
yes na minister any government dey anticipate because of policies ni programs from the go akwam say ebro bebu ento mo buy no ana mo national food buffer stock openyo that was say era Georgia bredu omo task ne say o make sure say omo warehouses ni nyina omo rehabilitate ni nyina ana ma ye ni nyina de atwen as say aban beto e de akugum na wo de asie enti na Ghana fo nyina di adanse say aduane bo akofom na me minister for food and agriculture grant interview 83 no kan ho ase ni bi di achinye according to Ghana Statistical Survey 2023 na food inflation is 61%. 2024 January na 2023 and 2024 September food inflation was 22.1%. Yeah, but 2025 January before NDC take over now food inflation at 23.8%. September money away economy and the food inflation at 14.8%. And to all believe in data, they said Dr. Muhammad Bawumia and MPP for no. Obi abedi adanse say per this Ghana Statistical Service food inflation it say it has reduced. Now we can say Oko market is that the case. Said the solo ekan at a point enkraha na ntosi ba so mu yibi 10 cedis. Yeah. Ntosi ba ko mu yibi 10 cedis. And na ete ha agogo MP independent candidate. Minister
Agogo
Asante Achi just one agogo and agogo Canada.
There be way Asante Achi north.
Okay. Yes, Ebra minister HF Eliza no. One kasa we NDC MP, we MPP MP we independent o mo bi BAB. Enti MP ni ba oba beje Eliza. Minister the man so fa ko makuafo. No so ko ankodi abro. Ano koche de makuafo no. After 2 months entos na omoso omduadua no asudo so afido mu nyatofo o complain minister ama omakoto santos ni nyina ye dia ma school feed na enomu feed the next no raise jene bag kese 500 Ghana cedis eno so wa ma musika omakwakoto ni nyina omodeko enti evidence a wo come marketer etese aduane boaefo no ewo ho nemom obi di restaurant say restaurant for the aduane ya fukura now you never feel it.
Oh yeah.
Fufuo no say the body ba kokra man of 1 cedi say no be see atwama won saa no be twa no
the same menu.
Yes, and it's very good. And it's what the restaurant in the choba the way the other price in the city at to ho na obey mistake. The good in say when it come to energy supply just 2024 yet first time in the history of Ghana yet Kokotwa hospital Tema General Hospital ye Kokotwa om light him so mo the electricity ka secondary school Accra Academy ye Kokotwa om light him so mo the electricity ka om ntimi ntua aban ba na amansira na what say Kokotwa secondary school be light man as a hospital be light mo Kwakwa Jimamanu the first time a mad person be a health minister somebody who cannot think properly as a human being. Ministry of Health edana esi ono Professor Mills NDC ni sie obetia mo manage keke no o issue memo say Tuesdays and Thursdays mo be am for elevator because they cannot even pay for electricity o issue memo say government hospitals o mo ankasa enko pesi kanko tua water bill any electricity bill o issue memo that memo no ewo honom ene this kind of nonsense memo no you can't see it. Nana, if you say a school for a school, what is a school feeding caterer? Be a complaining say abandon the country. Government has settled all outstanding debt. School feeding was settled na and normalize it under MPP. See be tria school feeding caterers kwa kakra na ye news. But ne normalize it ye tria obi ante ho hwe. What is a nursing training for air cost strike because he into Malawa? Teacher trainee, what is almost cost strike because he into Malawa? All the statutory payments.
Teachers, graduates, via more demonstrations, so many postings. No, almost Esika my 13 months in me. Not just from last year, August also so salary. Na yanomo esre also come demo come so the free October last year August
na mahu say wan kasa onua Awa Mohammed. How did we get here? First time in the history of Ghana, blind people are demonstrating because in Moka and a year cake NDC communicator Western region. Who say Omodo Moka how many months? Omra Meyano. The refi NPP soon no refi umvrise Ghana but ye be kanka omo. All the statutory payments was a ban we ye. This is the government in opposition. 2024 election will be a predicted say the kind of economy MPP leave behind, you know. Say MPP for Nakasa Kwa inherit economy or Mankasa supervisor, it will be difficult for them to even pay salaries. And it's there. Or more financial experts in that predicted doom. Say will be inherited this economy, no, that person will suffer. How to pay even salary will become a problem. Abain baye 9 months ni juma ni ben won se bosumi aso yintuanika. Statutory payment bang and about we make ye. About way in 8 months, 9 months, ultimately all statutory payment. After debt, I can see a domestic debt exchange program. Government has started paying them. This the government are predicting say how to feed ourselves become a problem. I'm afraid there some of the project prior Kufuado Banisha say 1 minute. Some of them government have visited site. Some of them Juma Sha say Juma de Koso. And this is the good. Ghana did be dance say BBI. No MPP for just 2 minutes. MPP for demonstrations almost na IGP you demonstration of Mokoya no so IGP no amukuta placards against him. He himself was there to protect them. Nipa no so ununa mono on one be protect him. And amuye demonstration for the past 8 years. This is the first time one and Crawford aqua demonstration ayam womo and Adam Pare and the Kufuado. We are more when you catch them you the
commander what
yes.
No position the
commander is have to run for his life. Yes, I know. Yes, commander have to position to save himself. When they had demonstration under law students, so I'm the petition called the house. You didn't shake Kugu almost. Galam say, force on my demonstration. MPP to organize their about them. Or catch himself Munko room. Yes, Abdusalam. Also Munko room. Galam say 4 year demonstration. Down parade or more. Ye do Munko go prison cells. A be the 2 months. The one you credit 1 month and Ukudi. Now we demonstration Galam say for Koye. Korea says so the organizers now. Now for crowd of Mankasa or Muajumu president was hey Yapa near demonstration will be amoye. Will be anti will be a fire issue and dampare. Will be a demonstration in shake a cobenum or fan issue.
Obi twam no hunu se Oliver no ana ofra sorry o Christ the King
ai
ana okross o kwan ko to nsuo ebe o
komo ni ate no
hunu o mo che 3 weeks
se ba bia Christ the King
Killian
yes say our national security zone e mo bi anyina ho o mo tena demonstration najo o mo anka se dia dance say near Nimsa Baby Beba, a bit many for who their demonstration. And from every facet of the economy, this government has proven say Ampa would deserve it. Say Ghana for ebe koswa twan so na wati Ghana for nim Ghana for won say o man mistake in voting against the MPP.
Ati Benjamin Azevi Commander America.
At a point in time, the small-scale mining sector, which is a legal sector of our mining, it was passed in PNDC time to allow, because we realized that the big mining companies were owned by foreign companies, and Ghanaian small-scale companies that had the capacity to mine were prevented from doing so. And so the mining code was revised to add for small-scale miners. And as I said, there's a difference between small-scale mining and artisanal mining. Artisanal mining was what existed before, using pickaxes and shovels and so on and so forth. But when the new licenses for small-scale mining started, and they could afford to bring in excavators and bulldozers and others, it meant that their ability to destroy the environment was expanded. And that is where we currently have our problem. I want to assure you that we are determined to win this fight. And your contributions, your criticisms, your pressure, putting fire under our feet does not have any problem. We don't have any problem with that. You must continue to do your advocacy, to urge us on, to encourage us to win the fight. As I said in the last media encounter, I said that I had no illusions that within 7 months I was going to win the fight against Galamsey. And I said that it wasn't going to be an event, it was going to be a process. Mistakes have been made. In the first effort we made, we go into a forest reserve. We mapped out the forest reserves that had been that had incursions of illegal miners, and we deployed the first wave of our security services. They scored a lot of successes. In a short time, they had cleared some of the major forest reserves that were called no-go areas. Unfortunately, after we cleared the illegal miners from there, the security services withdrew and handed over the forest reserve to the Forestry Commission. And so they put their forest guards there. The forest guards don't have the capacity to defend the reserves against the illegal miners. And so lessons learned were that in the next wave, with the formation of NIMOS, that we must deploy It comes with a cost, because if you send troops and station them permanently to guard the forest reserves, we must feed them, we must provide them with fuel, we must give them vehicles and all the logistics they need to be able to do that. And so that links up with Franklin's question about budget. We need a substantially bigger budget than we have currently to be able to win this war. Happily, budget hearings have started. The budget for next year is going to be presented to Parliament. And my expectation is that the Minister of Finance will give a much bigger allocation to this fight against Galamsey. We also need enough troops. Our troops are stretched. We have so many chieftaincy disputes all over the country, land disputes. And so you go to Sampa, we have troops there. You go to Gonjaland, Savannah, there are troops there. You go to Boko, there are troops there. You go to Nkwanta, our troops are there. And then our troops are also on the border to protect us from terrorism. And so they are spread thin. If we take another batch of them and go and put them in the forest, it means that we are committing most of our troops to other things other than crime prevention and keeping us safe. And so that's why NIMOS is a combination of the police and the army. So all of them contribute troops. And then we also have national security also contributing and all the other agencies. But happily, we have some additional troops coming with the winding down of some of the peacekeeping theaters. And so when they come, as many bring an excavator in, you can't put it on a ship. And we're telling the shipping agencies, if you bring an excavator for which there's no permit, we shall penalize you, the shipping agency, for carrying that excavator here to Ghana. In the meantime, we came to meet a huge quantity of excavators in the port. And that is what the lands minister was explaining to you, that we had to decongest the ports because there was no more space for anything. And so we've moved them to the military space at the Shire Hills and other locations, and we've corralled them there. One of the successes too is the registration of excavators. Even though the law requires excavators to be registered, nobody was registering their excavator. And so if you look at the DVLA records, there was no registration of excavators. And so anybody could bring in an excavator and take it straight into the forest. Today, we are requiring that every excavator must be registered with the owner of the excavator known. And once that is done, like he said, we started putting trackers on the excavator so that we know exactly where they are going to. It's not only illegal miners who use excavators, contractors working on our roads, quarries and others all use excavators. And so it's impossible to just put a complete ban on excavators, but we must know where that excavator is being used for construction purposes. And so we now can hold the owners of excavators responsible if we find the excavator in a forest reserve or engaged in illegal mining. And so that's one of the advances that we have made. We started a geofencing policy where it makes it possible for us to know where every excavator is, so that if the excavator moves after where it was geofenced, then we can go and find out where did this excavator go and what is it doing where it has gone. And so that would help us. With regards to turbidity of the water, as the scientist said, it's just about, you can see physically with your eyes, you know, what the turbidity of the water is. The thicker brown it is, the more coffee-like it is, the more polluted it is. The less it is, the less polluted it is. And so, like he said, we are scoring a few successes, especially on the Ankobra. I believe the minister chose the Ankobra to start because it flows through his constituency. And so there are some successes, but like he said, we still have the Pra, we have the Densu, we have the Birim, you know, we have the Ofin and all of them. But that means that we must get more manpower. The Blue Water Guards have started work, and a lot of them are deployed on the Ankobra River. So far, we've recruited 1,000 of them. We pay them an allowance of, if you take away deductions and other taxes, of about 1,500 cedis a month. And so if we have 1,000 of them, and we pay about 1,500 a month, it means for a year, you're talking about roughly 18 million cedis. And that's for 1,000 of them. And so if we scale up, then it means that we need more money to employ more of them. But I endorse it because it gives them an alternative source of income. Because as they are fighting the pollution of our water bodies, they are also earning an income as a kind of alternative livelihood. And so that is something that we'll have to scale up. And so the Minister of Finance in doing the budget must make extra provision. We also have to start reclamation, because it's not enough to just stop them and drive them away and leave the land scarred the way it is. And so there are a few companies that have worked with the United Nations, and they have come up with some trees that help to regenerate the soil and can also take out toxins from the soil. If you've heard about the Green Sahelian Wall that the United Nations was sponsoring, some of the companies involved there have also come and tried those crops in areas that we want to reclaim. And they say that the tests are positive and they can work with us. But of course, we need to use these bulldozers and things we have recovered to level out the land before these vegetative, organisms are put in the land to be able to reclaim the land. So reclamation is one of the areas that we must look to. Happily, we should be able to get some support from green climate funds and a lot of these green funds to assist us in reclamation. But we must put our resources in first. The menace of illegal mining, and I've been trying to find out about best practice, and I found out that apparently we are not the only ones suffering. The high gold price is pushing a lot of people into gold, especially gold. Into, and there's violence, people have died, all kinds of things are happening. So we might not be the only persons, but there are success stories we can learn from. Because if you look at Chile, for instance, they've been able to formalize 90% of their small-scale gold mining. It means 90%, they were in the same situation as us. But today, 90% of their small-scale mining is formalized. And they have control of it. They inspect, they make sure that they're doing the right thing. We can also achieve that. And so even though we're not alone facing that menace, I believe that we can use the best practices of Chile and others to also formalize our small-scale mining sector and make sure that we're able to take control of it. And that is part of what we tried to do when our colleagues died in the helicopter crash. We contacted the big mining companies. Some of them have concessions like 200 miles square. And they're not going to mine all of that concession today or tomorrow. There are some of the places they've explored and found that the gold content is so low that it's not really profitable for them to start mining. But for a small-scale mining company, because of their lower costs, they can mine it effectively. But they must do it responsibly. And so together with the big companies, we said, okay, let's start this cooperative mining, seed part of your concession, so that we can move the small-scale miners from where they are causing distraction onto your concessions. And then you can help us to monitor them and make sure that they are doing the right things. So that was what we were going to launch in Obuasi when the tragic accident happened. The first was Anglo Gold. Anglo Gold agreed, and they carved out a part of the concession. I'm happy to know that since then, Newmont have come on board and are going to assist with the cooperative mining. And some of the other bigger companies have agreed that they will carve out part of their concession so that we can move these illegal small-scale miners onto those places. And so we'll continue to do that. We also have the issue of geology and geological exploration. Currently, our mineral prospects have not been explored adequately. Happily, there's new technology generated by AI that allows those with the technology to partner with our geological survey department. And what they do is they shoot seismic from satellites, and they're able to map out exactly where a mineral prospect is. Currently, when our small-scale miners get a concession, they go and dig this place. There's not enough gold there. They leave it. They go and dig there. There's not enough gold. They leave it. They come and dig here. There's not enough gold. They dig here until they find something. By the time they find something and they're mining, they've dug all over the concession. Today, it's possible to precisely map out where the mineral prospect is. And that's part of what Gold Board is trying to do. That is their other responsibility. That is to give geological survey money together with their partners to shoot the seismic for Ghana and show where exactly the resources are. And based on that, do PPPs with Ghanaian mining companies that will mine that gold responsibly so that they don't go around just digging everywhere. So that's one of the things that Gold Board is going to introduce. And this fits into their track and trace system, which they are going to launch, because we cannot export gold to the European countries because of LBMA restrictions. And yet, if we introduce a track and trace system, we should not only be able to export to the Asian countries and the Middle East, we should be able to, once the gold has been tracked and it's known to have come from responsible sources, then we can export it into the LBMA countries. And that allows us to get a much higher price, for our gold than we currently have. And so Gold Board has to activate that other aspect. Aside from that, we're looking at best practices for small-scale mining, because small-scale mining is not restricted only to Africa or to Ghana. It is done even in the advanced countries. And so there are small-scale mines in Canada, Australia, even in the United States of America. And that's why when I spoke the other time, I said that we're contacting some of them so that our small-scale miners association, could be sent to go and see that you can do this in a much better way than we currently do. Happily, we've trained a lot of geologists, we've trained a lot of mining experts. University of Mines and Technology has trained so many of our young people who have the technology and the ability to do so. And so the intention is to attach these graduates of UMAT to the district mining organizations, and they would help the district mining organizations to go and inspect the small-scale mining industries and make sure that they are doing the right thing. Normally what you do is, before you start, you must dig what they call a tailings dam to contain any water that you use to wash the gold. And so all the gold that you wash must go into the tailings dam and is contained. And after you wash the gold and you finish mining, you're supposed to cover the pits, and then after that, there are chemicals that you can use to clean and detoxify the water. I'll come to that in a short while. But like I said, it's not an event, it's a process, but we will never give up. It's a long journey, but we'll continue to work on it. I like that somebody raised that, what are we doing to the kingpins? Because most of those 1,400 who have been arrested are young youth who are looking for something to be able to look after themselves. And we'll prosecute them, we'll imprison them. But those who run those operations are the ones that we must be arresting and imprisoning, not these little boys, And so we need to change our strategy. We can arrest the boys and all that.
Mbra na ese ye adwuma. So mbra na ese ye adwuma. So eye se omama untumi bill. Na omo enhye ye no so ase emfiri ho. You see, galamsey issue no say omone abonefo no edi no nyono me ya lady be ye video bi about Wontumi efa Nimri forest ho. Na unfortunately my missus her video no me. You see, my main fast and win chem or damn it. Wanya sampa or damn it. Wo na Ghana police for a year. I think now it's clear that between the Ghana police and the Akufo-Addo and the Ghana police and the Yohunu, at least nyansa kakra bo mu trim. And then kwasi asemwa odame efa enkrofo kogu eye police headquarters ɛhyɛ wɔn atare don defame ɔdame ɛna wɔn kɔdi sɛbe akakabensɛm Ghana ni bi a wɔtie mi biara nim sɛ ɛyɛ Akufo-Addo ne ɔdame no a ɔno no ɔyɛ attorney general no a nkanya ade a obi ɛne dampare a nkɔmɔ wura ɔno nkɔmɔ aboro wɔn aku wɔn nka sɛ Akufo-Addo as the president then you have Odame as the attorney general and Dampare as the IGP. Me say enkene enkiebe sie nipa ewo police headquarters. But it's good. Eye because say MPP supporters ni aye o madwene say edam ewo mutrim na say police for say omo ebro omo a at least obia we obia de beye eye enkaye na omo boys no small boys bi ni omo sanketenkete bi ne akakabinsem bi ne de omo kyerɛkyerɛ ɛwɔ hɔ ye police for me and Sakura pie from Buffalo a omba buma mamoni so atem one time ne de omo kyerɛkyerɛ hwɛ ye mema o ya mema omo konzongo ene kofa nipa ni bio ya mama o ya mema boys they come na do omo ti sometimes so na watch so but I hope say omo beka sa kire eye Godfred Odame asemo a empedifo dia to omo dia to nsa afre nyina ye simple wo ya attorney general wo di bone na di eye AG office no or the running office no and a Richard Japa a petition a CID so wo born a pass on car someone fan to a finance minister out of force and so it's so simple idea where your TMU tapes and you need to be investigated. I'm not a judge to claim say so Damiko jail. But you know your interest in that matter. And reason why some of us we keep on calling on the NDC government to make sure that they sanitize the system. What should be we are attorney general, not what do huni. Na menkwate nkwatia yesi adubu ahe National Security Bureau mfayin kwesi Signals Bureau na se the ways are buying prosecute na MY security hwejimi yati kromu FBI director krano is under investigations for America. FBI Ghana National Security area ye mu ade an yete no ho yete de antebun yete de ho asamba ya na ayi Kwabena dubu ahe o ka kire ko kan na wo pa ko free terrorists for bra as na Kwabena dubu ahe na busuafo ntikromu abi na ye nuanum yi MBB for nansan ya na mpese me de ba no ejina ho pa na etoro bi o mo ka asem a odwene ho odo o mo toto bodam ni ho kura nye yi ongo ka asem krai koka ni mebu Bank of Ghana ni ye nyina na etikrom a ongo ka ni mra ye mesi Flagstaff House ye nyina na etikrom ha ase se BBC or Ghana as MPP for no woman so woman to have you so still I think they are dealing with madness and omunya adro Ya can say we free 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24. Modi ko opposition ya can this ni abodamu, MPP ni abodamu, MPP ni abodamu, MPP ni abodamu, MPP ni abodamu. Still MPP ni abodam. Adia ni kwa se mo kano na oka. Adia no mfa so bia ni so. Yaka MPP ni abodamu wamuguso. So the point is that se Kwabena dubu ahe say obekwa akokan bibia obekwa akoma security bi obi amfa ho. Ena se pani bi so aye bibia Kwabena adubu ahe ni mu a na so ma ne betodwa ye nyina ya pe because amanfo abre. Oh, say ye twi ye de nkrofo mo di position na say emra timi twi won aso a me pa cho o ga say odame emra no echi no na say emra no jeli no a o ga say ayeni ni etu yi say ayeni o Dr. Ayeni o ga say ono obey sa sebe enkwasi ade a gofro dame ye no onye. So you see, punishing people, another process, a straighten up system, society, community. Me, I don't believe in the Bible. So make me use Bible that they are changing a community. I don't believe it. I don't believe in the Quran. Quran no Quran they are na patapaka krawum. Ebi extremist for no na ebi omo nkenkai ni I don't know. I'm not a Muslim. But I don't believe in Quran. I don't believe in the Bible. Entimis nipa. Ebo ma nipa mo di bone mo. The Bible, the Quran, the Hindu books, whatever, the Krishna, ebo nipa mani di bone. But there is only one Bible. Punishment chapter 1 verse 5. You bow sum nu ani so ada ho. Wan. We bow so na manu aye study. Punishment chapter 2 verse 50 says, ki yi wachi, uwia o mansika ye yi wachi, ya bow masa. 150. Yes, Singapore ne ayeye. Omo first president no we ya wa bomba we tinte so we chingam what to atwa bonten what did ahabam what to atwa bonten a transfer no enye se ye final ya bomba you who was station circle kumaske jetia ya kwatomra ya bomba do ogyina nkyɛn no na aba ne tim so ɔno saa deɛ we onye bi. Punishment chapter 16 verse 20 bɔne ni bi wɔ hɔ a wodi a yɛ no ɛmaa sɛ ɔyɛ bɛrima a ɛmaa ɛne ɛmo ɔmo bo yɛ wurɔ ho nyinaa yɛ amo ɔmo demire wahu ayi no eso nko a ombe boso ma sa po sa 256 poko te so ma e ma be se o ye mo mu demire poko te so ma e bi also a punishment chapter 20 verse 39 ye no no de nkwala prayer den no a ye de twi adwaye no so ahu na ye chija ye kola ba ye 500 ye de ahye wo mu nsam de wo ba bi see the thing the wo ba bi sa ye no so 1500 times na kokobo apie na kokobo apie. Oh, because I am so nipa da sani no asa. onipa da sani no em says punishment, and that is why we keep on telling the NDC government. Some of us, yes, a punishment. In this will be what NDC Mukrana say, obedi sabe enkwasi asema guye ni mu asia na osuro. Because say it me punish a year MPP for well. Wo NDC ni no, enfansa nkwaka aban sika, enkwankwanko tu galamsey. Don't do it. Enko inflate your friend say contract. Don't do it. Ya disikama say fa ye oman adwuma ya. Ma o percentage no edaso no wani nso. O percentage no 1% cry ye no wanya. Si run system say ya ebe me anya sika de asisi schools ebe me anya sika e de aye ensuo ma nkrofo anom ebe me anya sika e de afande energy projects ne enkane abakrom ye benya sika ya akwai ye benya sika ya railways eya so bi wa ha so betumi afa railway betumi afa a train from here to Sunyane Sunyania connect aba ama your friend say yaji Kentampota chimai na ma oman no mu bie na anigi aba chance ba akofo befa wato escalate wato jaguar wato adendian wato adendian. I've been saying this menka se sikanye at least onipa da seni wabobra ukrom wo fie ba ku bia wo maami o se wo papa o ja unianom osu kofi abenya ba bi di utrato enkran fu yidie yi wanya ba ko kama bi. Yes na se meyo my fumfram se wo yasa o say wo my no wo yasa o destroy o my no enti won't me dia ne one odame e de no en maka no se dakro ya yo nunum betie si odame nkrofo no so no omo be steady because untimi nkoye sa de we akufo ado ne odame no a time enya de abetimi aye omo ntwema aha apart from that no en maka no hwe Ghana for amutie me ekrom ha okay ekrom ha mamenka asem we emfanwie na Ghana for mo amia nkasem a galamsey galamsey your friend is say illicit drugs in Bobie any your friend is say the aba gangsterism say gangsterism aba beka ho na it's so unfortunate say on my yatim no onipa enkrofo a ye hu omo so omo ya kandifo no a ye de ye nkwa ene ye bibia hye omo nsa no eye omo na ye sa o galamsey no politicians na nanom ahemfo ene asofo ne imam fo omo na etu ayi omo enye obia Galamsey no the entire means ya no nyina no politicians traditional and opinion leaders your friend is say pastors ne chief imam for ena media for ena ewen emasa akronfo enan akronfo nan nipa bonefo ya ye no omo eti oman mu Ghana ohini bia ni wa adwen papa woni tirim but yen kwala no yentimi nka mesi Ghana ohini ba kokora ni wa adwen papa woni kwase asem nko a bone nko a no mo frantuma aguso okoka menam yeto gba afede okoka menam ye otumfuo no okoka menam ye ga manche okoka menam ye nairi okoka menam ye domahene okoka but the problems we are facing Ghana hemfo they are the people omo na edi ewu politicians okoka unim se me former president Kufuor de enkana samu olumai ye kohwe bone a obekwa kohwe bone a Kufuor di o man we no sabi tafra che bodamini kura wanye sa bodamini onye okoka mene Kufuor adu no okoka mene John Mahama no ti ntimi nka o masem. You criticize them, and you see the danger is that almost say common DN, and they have people. Obu akura no a community. Obu wa try aso obeko President Kufuor ntimi nko. Wa criticize President Kufuor.
Government are ordering MPP government and take Galamsey seriously. NDC, my party, or promise say there's a Oba LI 2642 Oroko. They will be declared state of emergency. They will be make sure that Galamsey will get
information on that and evidence to that.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At this 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I'd like to speak about Africa's role in the future of this organization. However, it's impossible to do that without first considering the collective role that Africa played in its founding, which was small and relatively insignificant. Of the 51 member states involved in the founding of the United Nations in 1945, only 4 were African: Egypt, Ethiopia, Liberia, and South Africa. It is important to point out that the United Nations came into being in the aftermath of World War II because of the inability of its predecessor, the League of Nations, to avert a large-scale global conflict, which had been its guiding purpose when it was founded in 1920 at the end of the First World War. Out of the 42 founding member states of the League of Nations, only 3 were African: Liberia, the Union of South Africa, and Ethiopia. Egypt was to join later in 1937. Africa's overall participation in the organization's founding was minimal and relatively unimportant. That's because before all the other talks and meetings, representatives from a group of 14 nations gathered in Berlin for a series of discussions that began in 1884 and which led to the partitioning and formal colonization of the African continent, which is also called the Scramble for Africa. It has famously been written that past is prologue. Well, in the past, the majority of the 54 nations that now comprise Africa were never offered a seat at the table where plans for a new world order were being drawn. But, Madam President, as fate would have it, the tables are turning, and Africa's role in the authorship of whatever is yet to come for this world is going to be huge, and it will be consequential. According to this organization's own projections, by the year 2050, more than 25% of the world's population is expected to come from the African continent. Additionally, by 2050, 1/3 of all young people aged between 15 to 24 will be residing on the African continent. So you see, the future of this world is African. Allow me to say this once again a little louder for those of you in the back. The future is African. Already today, Africa is a catalyst for human potential and development, as well as for economic reform and ecological stability. Africa is a catalyst for systemic change. If this reality, which is fact-based and straightforward, seems provocative or unsettling, perhaps it's because you are viewing it through the lens of centuries of filters, colonialism and imperialism, and the resulting implicit bias. Maybe you are unaware of the resilience of African nations or their remarkable ability to make a strong comeback just when you think it's safe to count them out. That is what is happening right now in my own country, Ghana. Our constitution limits leaders to 2 4-year terms. In January, I was sworn in for a second term, which, let me point out, was non-consecutive with my first term. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, was rapidly depreciating, faced with rising inflation, a huge debt burden, and low morale amongst our citizens. My new administration settled down quickly and embarked on an ambitious program of comprehensive transformation designed to restructure Ghana's economic foundation and enhance our competitive standing globally. We refer to this process of recalibration as our reset agenda. In just 8 months, we have achieved significant reduction in inflation from 23.8% in December 2024 to 11.5% in August 2025, restoring price stability for our citizens. Additionally, our currency, the Ghana cedi, has appreciated considerably against other currencies, with Bloomberg reporting it as the best performing currency in the world at one point. Our improved sovereign credit rating reflects increasing investor confidence in our economy. And our 24-hour economy initiative promises to transform our economy. And there's a renewed willingness amongst our people to trust that their elected officials have Ghana's interests at heart and that we're progressing together. Madam President, I believe that in honor of this milestone celebration, the United Nations should also embark on a process of serious recalibration and establish its own reset agenda. Since the organization's founding, the number of UN member nations has nearly quadrupled. And quite frankly, it is not the same world that it was back then when the UN was formed. I mentioned earlier that I began my second non-consecutive term as president this past January. My first term ended in January 2017. In that span of time, 8 years, the world has changed with such ferocity. My first days in office after my return felt as though I had just awakened from a Rip Van Winkle-style sleep. Now, no, that was only after 8 years. Imagine then what it will be like after 80 years since the founding of the United Nations. In 1945, the sun had not yet set on the largest empire in history. The most common mode of international travel was by sea. The personal computer had not been invented, let alone made portable. And television, a new convenience, was still in its infancy, albeit in black and white color. Relations between the US and the Soviet Union were turning frosty, with Winston Churchill declaring that an iron curtain has descended across the European continent. Fast track 80 years on, in today's world, hundreds of thousands of commercial flights take off and land every day. Libraries have been digitized so that volumes of literature can exist on a small device, small enough to fit inside your pocket. We live in a world of cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, social media, the internet and its dark hidden dungeon of the dark web, all of which carry a potential threat to global peace and security. Climate change is real, and we're fighting a losing battle against the loss of Maldives and other island nations to the rising sea level, against the loss of Timbuktu to desertification, and the Amazon forest to global warming and deforestation. Madam President, the UN Founding Charter is outdated when it comes to representation in this August Assembly. The most powerful post-World War II nations are still being rewarded with an almost totalitarian guardianship over the rest of the world. And yet, the first sentence in Chapter 2, Article 1 of the UN Charter declares that the organization is based on the principle of sovereign equality of all its members. If this were true, and was the case, a continent as large as Africa, with its numerous UN member states, would have at least one permanent seat on the Security Council. Furthermore, we believe that veto power should not be restricted to only 5 nations, nor should it be absolute. There must be a mechanism in this House for the General Assembly to challenge a veto. No single nation should be able to exercise an absolute veto to serve its own interests in a dispute. In 1995, during the 50th anniversary of the United Nations, Nelson Mandela stood in this very spot, and he said, "The United Nations has to reassess its role, redefine its profile, and reshape its structures. It should truly reflect the diversity of our universe and ensure equity among the nations in the exercise of power within the system of international relations in general and the Security Council in particular." I close quotations. 30 years later, we African leaders are still making the same simple request for a permanent seat on the Security Council with the power of a veto. So today, Madam President, I stand here in this exact spot and ask the world, if not now, then when? We demand not only a reform of the Security Council, but also a reset of the global financial architecture, which is currently rigged against Africa. Africa must have a greater say in the world's multilateral financial institutions. And while I'm making requests, I'd like to call for the removal of the blockade on Cuba. As Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our nation's founder, famously said, we seek to be friends with all and enemies to none. The Cuban people shed their blood on African soil in the fight against apartheid. And indeed, Cuba has been and continues to be a faithful friend of Africa. You see, the very fact that I can stand here and ask these things and say these things, and the fact that all nations can ostensibly gather here to address critical global issues, air our grievances, and express our concerns, that is what makes the survival of this organization so important. In every old city or village, you will find a town square, or a courtyard, or a plaza that once served as a gathering space for the citizens of the community and their leaders. Meetings and celebrations were held there, as were trials and elections. And these were spaces that brought people together and held them together as a community. Sadly, time and technology have eroded these spaces. Madam President, in many ways, the United Nations is the proverbial town square of our modern global village. And it has never been more critical for us to protect this one space that brings and holds the world nations together as a community. The internet, social media platforms, and artificial intelligence offer us the illusion of connectivity, when in fact what they do is reinforce isolation by using algorithms that ensure that we do not receive new ideas and perspectives, but rather more of the same content. We are served alternative facts and manipulated images, making it easy to disseminate disinformation and sow seeds of division amongst communities. Madam President, these are dangerous times. Our world is currently experiencing a rise in nationalism and economic instability. There's a general breakdown of multilateralism. Various acts of aggression have been committed against the sovereignty of others, and nations are attempting to circumvent the very safeguards that were put in place to prevent large-scale global conflict. These conditions are all too similar to the ones that led to the League of Nations' failure in fulfilling its mandate. The denial of visas to President Abbas and the Palestinian delegation sets a bad precedent and should be deeply worrying to all member nations of the United Nations. Ghana recognized the state of Palestine in 1988 and supported a two-state solution to the conflict since then. And I say, contrary to the claims of some, a two-state solution would not be a reward for Hamas. It would rather be a reprieve for the hundreds of thousands of innocent women and children and people who are facing collective punishment and forced starvation for no reason other than the fact that they are Palestinian. For nearly 2 years and for the fear of reprisals, we here in this General Assembly have been playing hide and seek with language to find the right words to help us avoid or excuse what we all know is taking place in Gaza. But here's the thing, it doesn't matter what you call it. If it looks like a duck, it swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, well, then it must be a duck. The crimes in Gaza must stop. The crimes in Gaza must stop. Madam President, I also want to draw particular attention to the conflict in Sudan, which this body has described as the world's largest humanitarian crisis. 12 million people have had to flee their homes. And when we speak of migration, we refer to the 12 million new Sudanese refugees, whom we as a global community should be willing to assist in much the same way that many member nations readily assisted new refugees coming out of Ukraine. Let's dispense with the euphemisms and dog whistles and speak frankly. It is not a mystery that when leaders of Western nations complain of their migration problems, they are often referring to immigrants from the global south. But many of those immigrants are climate refugees. And interestingly, the global north emits 75% more greenhouse gases than the global south. However, the effects of climate change are more severe in the global south because we lack the resources to address them effectively. And so when the desert encroaches on our villages and towns and they become unlivable, we are forced to flee. Wassan Shiri, a Somali-born prophet, a Somali-British poet born in Kenya to Somalian refugee parents, was London's first youth poet laureate. She writes in her poem titled Home. And it says, you have to understand that no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land. No one bends their palms under trains beneath carriages. No one spends days and nights in the stomach of a truck feeding on newspaper unless the miles traveled mean something more than just a journey. Madam President, we cannot normalize cruelty. We cannot normalize hatred. We cannot normalize xenophobia and racism. If we're going to tell a story, let's not tell its slant. Let's tell all the truth. When we speak of migrants, we speak of Mami Ewusi Mensah Frimpong, a judge on the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. She's the first black female judge on any of California's 4 federal district courts. She was born here in America to immigrant parents from Ghana. We speak of Peter Bosman, a medical doctor in Ghana who moved to the town of Piran in Slovenia in the 1980s and later became the first black mayor of Piran, the first black mayor in Slovenia and in the whole of Eastern Europe. We speak of T. Michael, the iconic Ghanaian Norwegian artist and designer. And of course, we speak of the late Kofi Annan, former United Nations Secretary General. Former United Nations Secretary General and Nobel Peace Prize recipient, who was born in Ghana but spent his adulthood in various places in America and Europe. These are people who have brought great distinction to the countries that they decided to call home. Just as the migrants and the children of migrants before them did, I dare say these are not invaders. These are not criminals. Madam President, the slave trade must be recognized as the greatest crime against humanity. As the African champion on reparations, Ghana intends to introduce a motion in this August body to that effect. More than 12.5 million Africans were forcibly taken against their will and transported to create wealth for the powerful Western nations. We must demand reparations for the enslavement of our people and the colonization of our land that resulted in the theft of our natural resources, as well as the looting of artifacts and other items of cultural heritage that have yet to be returned in total. We recognize the value of our land and the value of our lives, as did our colonizers, as well as the governments that happily paid reparations to former slave owners as compensation for the loss of their property in quotes. And that property for which they received compensation was paid referred to enslaved people who had been freed. Madam President, an increasingly insecure world is witnessing upward spending on defense budgets of bilateral partners and steep cuts in official development assistance. Since July 2024, it is estimated that there's been a 40% drop in humanitarian aid globally. In this era of global uncertainty, Africa must exercise sovereignty over its natural resources to raise the necessary funds to ensure the well-being of its citizens. The days of parceling out vast concession areas to foreign interests for exploitation must come to an end. We'll continue to welcome foreign investment, but we must negotiate better for a bigger share of the natural resources that belong to us.
All right, so that's it. Na otwa bɛyɛ na yɛde adwuma no asesɛ so yɛde adwuma tata so na yɛdi Ghana ho enkommɔ yɛkasa fa Ghana ho arafo ma Nafisa to is there JB Jata from Jata Cement Factory Edase an area is more joining Dixon Dagadu. I've already mentioned him yada Dixon has say away Omo nyina abeka yensa na yeba bedi nkomo. Se wo fi a bibi wo ho a Haruna ba no corruption. Thank you. Bibi wo ho a me pese me no di ho nkomo awie. Ansah ma show na say and very dear to my heart. And then we will talk about Nra Ora Muntaka, Interior Minister, the press conference or my na Kwame. Na kwayo okoyere. Na kwayo. Can this for no kinase? Na unya ne number. Unya ne. Na kwayo so. Yee. This is Tapan ye ni say o. Yeah. But I don't know ka say Muntaka no mo nka. Senka we dey akoye say nuafo e nyina I see that thing. Yee. Yeah. But they won't say MPP Interior Minister Konkada ka almost so da and Konka. And this Ankasano omo dwene o man no ho e chen eya ayi party fo no omo dwene o man no yay wey Omega Okankwe South hey enti Kwame yenia ayi friends Okankwe South MP Honorable MP that way. Hey, now so. Okay, ba. Oba so jiki on title them. Hey, now we there baby I didn't know it there. Dixon Dagadu, see we can't see anything, please. Where? Dagadu, your phone here. Phone here. China and I say India, na Togo, na Nigeria, na which one? They are now the follow here. Shadini you. Why if you don't look at where no go see am where. So watch them carefully. Open your eyes. I'll see you come on. If you get you know, any who are there now, who they say, you are not up a hospital, we go. Ansah. My main country and kind of man for say Saturday, we na a year Bruno Regional Communication Officer and a Bui Authority, Corporate Affairs Manager, a year Ora Chasakowa. Hey, now, Bila Yusuf say, Onosu who she, hey, Nebi hu. Yabene. Oh, any of them say, yes, you move Facebook will be behind this wall, and I will tell any pamians. Now, so to one who send for air complaining. And the Nipamians saying, I'm going to use your phone back on. There be a kaye. So you produce a kaye. And the Nipamians saying, I'm use your phone back. I know to die back. And now I'm to if you back. What we can only see you. Now,
Who was all day? Who was always a me, Gary and us? Oh, Jay. Was a commander on one of me whom. Yen the garbage of whom I know why. Why no one is your person whom. A young phone. Mwakota Azerbaijan phone na eyi some unfortunate mo oh o de baba be shemi akota Azerbaijan Jota mo as trouble sa be trouble sa akota Azerbaijan phone na say hu dia na mtembe bia say mi hu Another brought here bonike after the niase. Wate abonike. Wate abonike. Edi after the niase. Yo, Joe Clark, yeah. I day yard. I day panda yard, you know. Yo. Home sense. Home sense. A coffee in Ansah. That's all. Chale, then the way I'm a breno. Back when Kuba, I said it was Yamma Breno, me, my comrica be 2 days here. I says I could cry me don't pay me now. Don't pay me now, don't me film. Now the master to wo now, I know what drew prime time. They say, yeah. Ya de kwa wie ya no de aye ya de kwa wie ya no video bay na opese show ya bo video bi na the video in the show the video bay na mpesa mo hwe okay we dem kan kire video bay they say mu de na mpesa mo hwe na me mama Arafo ma please kindly let us see what is going on edia na ekoso na goyo ana nyeri dinu no na akoyo na akoyo de asanyam na mkan yo eyi na eka na chale na akoyo yi adi andi si fone ya no yi asa won pedi pa o oni pa yeah. Hey. And else would do phone from and now. Yeah, na koyo. Yeah. Indi ebia nka ye no so no nka munta ka ye se o sa case we gusu hwehwe mu ana ayere what is shawa I shawa nu aliu atamfo nya ye you want to see na akoyo for where me I no see am if you muntaka we talk am you know we are the talk am we dey ask me say you wan see na ayoko me and him dey in room or me and him dey where me I dey narrate I narrate some. Come you hear me say I narrate some. Say oh na now narrate me narrate there. And them now me narrate here. Bema, you hear me talk some. You hear me talk. Yee. Now go ya. was my brother me did 39% because police no me did 39% because police there why Ghana new akas we did 39 we did 45 no enompe ni nyina ago Ezekiel nompe ni nyina ago Richmond ya so Bobie we nyina mind games no but say munta can't me kasa say na akoyo ankasa anche committee no a meboa munta can't me kasa ade say munta ka one na akoyo ni asem ono reporter ya wie ene e dia ma no enya sa de ya tura asem ni e dia ma no I mean we there ma monkofa asem bia ma Yeah, my sister. Yeah. Yay! But I didn't say, Gabe. I say, I shall see a body of Krumo. I didn't say, because I say, I got to committee. The idea, Bodia. Ya, Bodia. Your friend Papa near the day, near the Bodia. Because, yeah. Now, Koyo. Yeah. Video na me show. Dia na Koyo Osuno. Election time dia no Osuno ana. Sa na wo bi ana woni bi. Enya dia no Osuno. Ana so wo ana sa woni. Yeah. Yeah, Mubarak also the Atiafa baby. Hey, I said one penny po. Anyway, we'll come to that issue. Now, Yababa be doing come on. But me person me engage me listeners, me viewers, just about 10-15 minutes. Yaka issues about a year mob action, instant justice. Na yakanesa. But another issue, Kwabena, you see last week, Nkoko omo ewo musician bi sekai no. No mo mienu na de sekai in sekai eko. We kura ayi kotokuro na we kura kotokuro. Just omo ye gangsters. I think say enra ena obi frame me free north east. Say ekuro no boy no ekuro no emu odu kakra, so I easily forget. But okachem say nra ehɔ no so omo gang groups too bi ho omo kokonto kwa ma group ba kwa twitwa ba ko sekai ekuno. But let's talk about this. Me person me engage you kakra on issues about this gangsterism and no personal experience. Make a wild personal experience with gangs. And me unsa kolebi or also a tear so ma meso. Yes, or join gang and a gang for so uncle Jessica in from my meho embra. Now sha akolano tramon we be a tramador no ena onum. But let me engage you. May engage you on your mom, you know. sa gangsterism ene your friend say and now no you say AMF drivers say your night work say 20 and now 30 damo cry from one am dey to your friends on page so more charge abroso drivers so much charge abroso right lorry fare drivers so much charge because now fuel no ba na eba from fuel no ba na eba from but me person yema we mienu me engage me listeners ne me viewers just 10-15 minutes na be adwuma we 0302208090 me pe wow personal experience area wote sa boys gangs ni bi wo ho mo feel safe ade na ekoso ade sa baby a wote wutimi nante freely ebinum wo police form protect am ti bi am mfa ho ye ni protection bi ai de ye no ye fa ho but me person would me do in common with your personal experience and mama me ye na your personal experience. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Hello.
Good afternoon, Bobie.
Good afternoon, sir.
First of all, me area there gangsterism a bit involved. Okay. 2. Gangsterism is unemployment. That is the cause. More brand new jumanye. The only thing they can do because the devil give work to the man. If they are busy working, they have to pay their rent, take care of their families. Let them get them job. Let them work. That's all. Thank you.
But hold on. Enko.
Yes.
Enko.
Yes.
Edia in the church say okoye gangsterism na when you adwuma ni biaye.
Debbie, devil give work to the idle hand. Profanity ho. Omo ni hweye. Tramo no mbenu. No ma kwahye geto. Ashiwi. Anu ma petition. What next do you expect them to do?
No, but so obi antimi enwurawura enkrofo fie se bra na men konko pa adwuma ma wo ya brante o ya babawa say we step out there.
Nini asem no. Frustration is also. Ubechi. Yes, sister, Bechi. A month for them, my baby, young man, on the dad, on my dear son, on my home. In the name of job. Yen pay to mama boys in India. Let's stop stealing the Ghana money. Omun Jack Cronis, Cronum, Power Cronum, no more first scanning to mama boys in India. Asa. Thank you.
On this note, I agree with you. Chrono, any element to me, ma a mebuna jumanya, chrono, and ye bibia. Hello? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Boko, sir. I say, as I might kiss me, but more if you didn't come from Kaka. Okay, all right. Yeah,
me patona will catch a and you may be near the Adibi and come from for food and it's here. But a woke oil. Now, could talk spare part. I didn't know no more better or more better, and so am I any so young Hale Catra.
And America say, we need to talk about it. I mean, your personal experience. Because me, I don't have answer to your question.
Because I'm making a hope. Because a fool and Yako from Kakrape now more attack drivers. But I did one more to be so no one better one better side and so I call from.
Now, walk or tardy and I resist I should or I almost say.
Walk almost a no man or more tono Yente so. But one more foul Canada was a Yaki fuel so.
But who your driver?
If I saw I.
Now, what to do, Laura Ferso?
oh say me a taxi driver. Into me say they will be Accra or what to say be a Accra. Basically, I didn't say be a 40 and I say be a 35. But first, no, I'm making the anchor brosa.
I would say a normal price because a man for so complaining about moments soon and say you.
Oh, yeah,
last week, me at a chim on Crawford, be on charge of Broso.
I am in charge of Moroso.
And I want to Crawford, and I could be there. All right. Okay. So, I'm picking man another caller here. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. I think Kusuba, German of captain.
Hey, Eva.
German of captain.
Oh, okay.
Me how ni say? You tonight abane. Yem pese di ensa be yaduma. Enti ama krono ni sa anema no. Ekoso Ghana no. You tonight yem peduma.
But what personal experience with these gangs and what community muno NSA? That is what I'm asking.
Yana mono bia pese obo no ban entino ibika kra bisia no de nwajin ibika kra bisia no de nwajin ade ya no ne wabo no ban entino bitma yem na yi.
Okay.
Na amana ekoso.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, Dexter Dagadusi, please tell that man to stop. The okay, Kano. We all did construction and cleaning service for survival. We all do construction and cleaning service for survival. Okay, Justice Kafu says, yes, my problem is from Medina to Dodowa. The drivers, 15 cities, sometimes 20 cities, instead of 9 cities from Medina to Dodowa. Munye bibi found my okay, and I'm Kudeko. Commander, did you say you agree with him that the guys are lazy junkies? And I'm Kudeko. Menti the what can I say? Menti the what can I say? Anyway, Nimanche says NDC love Ghana more than Ghanaians themselves. Okay, all right. Honam Moshi. Says good afternoon, please. I'm a welder, and I decided to train some boys, but they run away. Obviously, they don't like working. Okay, one of them person on a welder or tries to be training a welders be into the papa de kase jumeni hono. That's not the issue, but it's about gangsterism within your community. Baby, I would say. Only gangs will be a share that. I mean, tell us your personal experience. Hello.
Hey, Bobie, we are not talking about you.
Kafra.
We've been to us and what I do.
Sir.
Oh, it's true. I mean,
I see.
As soon as I found you, good guy. In fact, that could let you up.
Mate.
Mate.
Patrio, Yanko.
Bobie, I was a Jumana any. And so can West no. Shivis and I know my gang. Which means I can't imagine say if you crap we we piece come with one. We piece can come with one.
I see.
Bobie, my make a send back free and so man 1 because never because you will be ma and this pinfono and tin ye will be a so give the whole word NGC in Pinfomunti party, ye fact is so and ye party NGC 24. Mama, Oka say, Aku share agenda about and Wabania to Abamount. During 2016, Abuka Pele, Ujelino and O prosecute no and be Jelino because we discuss it to be.
Chairman, and come on, this a divertia in Koma, you know. Yanindia,
Bobie.
Politicians, when you safety you. Ada will be best your wall, Sekino. Ada Nabos away, a Yacha politician, young Faden Cotum.
Bobie, back.
Ada kola bi be siawa atwon so sekai no. Sa ada na bon said no. Sa politician na wo se emfa nkotum no wada ya to wall afa no wada.
Please crampo guide no.
Guide no. Enti dwere wo mom ya nwene ye ho.
Sa Bobie. Aje because me pese NDC for ehun say enye bibia no be kase tia re NPP ba apem president hwe bonyo mutie enso ye kre agent e ma kre ja asemeti wo STP North na staff MP ni say no okọ eyie na no ohun bibi na ofa ho enso munya the gas ade na court the say police ni ka say yen falling tum na ade chi Ansah amanbe na wo speaker what will you see I'm not after marking Echo board police na so no who speak about me
anyway my any uncle ono ano am say ono no on fa ono ano ho anyway so we are talking about gangsterism your personal experience with these gangs your personal experience with lorfe yateso yanteso mempne these are the two issues we are discussing. Hello.
Bobie.
Yes sir.
Apomoye.
Nyame adomboko.
Ipena miasi pa. Asema wo dia to just say. And then branch no mabano. He brain panjuma. Because ajuma di yoka say ajuma ni wa ajuma ho. Because what sorry anopa, ase wo de watch ni kura fra anopa kosi enyumra e ma se wontimi nya ajuma ni. If you kura should make akura na ajuma. Me secret, me amino ka say me secret. Me pon anopa, me connect pon anopa. Before she make a boss, asa akọ rounds and you must have Juma. Then I mean, you being farm mammy bound phone school and more made a coma. Now I know just a Meko Nubi, Meko no pedacy, a cocobocro, the head be. And I will guess. And Brantiano, Penomum Pajuma. We know no minute more no, and the Yoma day. Massimano.
Okay, all right. So, they believe just drugs no and boys there. Anyway, hello,
Captain Bobie.
Yes sir.
Apomo Kodia.
Nyame adomboko.
Yo David Agbalanyo Omanjo.
Okay, Omanjo for Enko.
Omanjo for who if
good.
Let me say Pokwase to circle 7 cities, but in go for Omuji 10 cities there. Omo the nurse board we ho and our boys na lodu e car no be penny 40 ho omo to me ka kasa omo to me ka he so omo nya bibi mfrim a ngan koda we ya de we say anka wo be ka che omo say wo mo jai de Ghana ha no me hu de e ko so se see no bro ya tie bro so ya tie amoso ya tie anwa so but se see no do kun da nam da so 7 cities. It's at watch 10 cities, 15 cities. Na as I say, Yamana, Yetisono, Fasobena, Timamofono, Enyaomo, Dollar na eba famono, Fasobena, Timamofono, Enyaomo, the Abino sorry, because meaning himself between me or Juma pa, I say, oh sorry, I was a Jubano, Oko Togoa, Yama Yeto Lumeno, one BAJ, Oko Parliament, and Oko Togo Alavano, the same thing, Mutono. Now the internet Ghana Hankwa, store to stock, a different prices. It's Rabino, say, oh sorry, no, Omoye Seni, no, Obiandi so. Bobie, Unanyami, Juma.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now say Kufo say baby to say Tema West gangsters no hono and a Danny vigilante groups and I must say Crono Ejai inti virtually what Nana as for saying is or no or support a gangsterism no cemetery the all can I see there anyway. Hello. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Boko.
Yeah,
Pacho,
you said hello?
Hello, Pacho, you know you can come me.
I don't work out. Boys, like, no, though. na nkwadaa na aba no wɔn pɛ brɛ o ato pɛ sɛ wɔnyɛ sika yɛ those days estimate 10 years ansa na mɛkata akwara bi abɛtɔ baa sike so ɔbɛkɔ akɔ ɛne nyinaa nonsense ma sɛ accident dɔɔso no sɛ kaa na ɔfɛ kaa ne kapa sɛ ɔbɛnya abotire asom nipa ma yɛakyerɛ kaa ne ka ɛsɛ sɛ ɔntumi nkɔ dabi akwara no because ɔbɛkɔ abɛti obie kye sɛ ɔnyɛ na ɔfɛ stɔk ɔde agye sika sɛ adwuma wɔ akwara na ɔmo ka adwuma adeba mi ka adɛ mi kyerɛ yɛ brɛd most of the time, I also around about 7 like this. Fair 1 month. My dear cat there. It says a monk on the task for you. If I feel to
anyway, me struggle say me a million as non find me for my last 2 callers. Hello,
Commander 1.
Yes, sir.
First station. Yes, Philip.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Commander, there was one 25 SP Junction. Se drew Vitanofasia, brothers no Molodo or no. OGCC. Among some of them, I say, Sefi, you're born 9 o'clock, El Corno. Humble Ludiaba Groba, you know, Omuji 10 CD. But sometimes 9 there, 9 on Mudashano, and 1 night. We have got 8 o'clock and 8:30. Now we see over you 10 city. The more Mudi or one Commander.
I see.
To make you my come kill my
Omo na say anopano. Say
6 city.
6 city.
And
about 10 anopa.
About 9
number 9 say
10 city. But 9 name bo no got na car no more. I cover said 20 minutes to 9 for get us about you 10 city.
Na say ade we dia obeda kwa kan wan sem say ebi a ono ne watch na ebo no
Kona jmo wudi ya Africa ya kasa
kona watch no ne watch na ebo no
kona
say obi a wode watch ebo no obi
kona o ka bia o maka jo so o no ba onye bi ba one na wa hye mra ne say 9 ubegi 10 passengers in Bobie at
obi watch mo obi say promo obi a wode time wode here adwumo
kona so the obo watch o mi so mi bo watch
ina say wono ne watch na bona ya say onye nde
kona ko no mu do di ya sero na ko na mi sero so ade ba ko fe mi sero bebi a wo ye djuma no so wo kodi a metra se na wo bo na wa fe djuma na makọ nai why o mama ho no mo why
na me nya djuma o mama ho
say wo chiche we una o chiche letters appointment letters sa na meti
ya ho na kan sa no kire o
wadan fo bi na kan
nyame tua madam fo ne ka nyame obetua ne ka
who ye dey ampacho no commission night wa
me pacho me nya mo mama office me nchiche mama letters me nim ba bia ni fie kurasi pacho sram pa me pacho madam ko nyame betua ne ka pa onyina na pampa mu mpa
Commander Bow
Memfa kola bia bio. Hey, why na chiche letters? Why na chiche madam for kro ni obebre say abodifo amudi nipa nam ne nya ahoto. Na letters say me pa na me chiche aga say ebinu wo Jubilee House wa go meja bi. Na Davio Nanka party executives among 40 to David. The Omo says a bit of chiche letters no. Outsiders in the Kabako Cray Yabi. Omo Frabonte a Kotobeku Mafono. A car 3 months on Bayer campaign, 6 months on Bayer campaign. From 2012, 2012, you know, many people and Namo. Ebeka be just 6 months ne no mbekire so obno omo nim NDC mu che obia se me na me chicha appointment ko bunya one kra one say ko bunya why say why say akwa we pa se me na me chicha letters ha na ka se kwa me frem pon no kra na chicha akaye omo na wo jubri house na me hey wahu enti omo no shawodi o ena ya tia no a ye nka ho ye ya gidi boni na se kwa me wo ho na akwa bi asend me message o se oba me messenger mu ena oso ope say 100 cities or something but on say if we yaba friends scam for you and me those message say ya na me person me respond I hardly respond to those things that were me messenger ne say because of scam ne say man akwa send me kwa me menfi akwa send me menfi third day menfi asem we si wodem ha o me an manka me yesho say ya na akoya send me message wo ha because fi ani mu nyam betua meka say omo na ye campaign e de ye yaba power ye ma power NDC ma power wo Bobie ye ne moa ye chi okra na edi akire ne mu wi ni amokotena osu aba presidency me 100 kura wo mame hey me the presidency was 700 na me ankasa me drew fi ade achi na me messenger no mu no wa send message tin shame di matempa correct when him say last 2 weeks obi yem the same thing no one was sending me message Bobie ansi nyame betua wo kapa wo bebrese mo na mo gi aban na boso akenten so wo ho ena mo ma obia ma ho na grassroots hey ena me test in back say bema me secretary na say me national chairman na say what is say me gira he me gira he enkrofo organize one program or presidency me who me order me gina he ya say who di matemi enso say but me blame omo uni problem no omo enjoy no they don't have their contacts they don't even know them who jai grassroots ni bi say president's name one omo nipa be 10 dia why here be anything they don't have any contact with them na campaign omo hu ye omo nim ye for the past 16 years omo ne interact sa bebre no a wo campaign no hey your work in the president office is good congratulations massa asani cause me nyaj more president office I beg you, me nyaj more president office. Nipa kro kan sa akire mu no, nyambe tua ne ka, nyambe tua won na asefo nyina aka. Obebre pa wo wiase. Kwa me brem kosua ne nsa. Na afa yi ka ho mako dwane ka ho. Brum nua pa ma mo hu. Me nyajuma e wo president office, mesremo pa mo chew bebre, mesremo pa. Mesra ai ye wi ni fufuro no. No was an aquasinsia, me am near Aquasinsia and FM. Aquasinsia frame. Adaya, a temaport, a bin a one am Aquasinsia, about them temaport, me go there or temaport. Because I can say, Yana, or frame me baba catcher, me go there or temaport. What is a me more national security and answer me, yeah, Jumao, NDC committee behind a meme canwa, or baba frame me, Busam say, a port names acquisition say what but dama for trans as empire from one there for quarters in films corner. Above na manu mo bia bi o mo aso mu ti asem me nya adwuma e wo presidency me nya adwuma ho me nya adwuma ba bia yeah and Ansah we share suit and am could call you enti chaza me share suit me dey ma me share suit me dey ma me share suit we commander we aduabo mo pesa mo say me e ka kire me say me ka ho me nka ho mo yesa no Monko mo mo bi amfre ni bre ma me so mpacho esrew mo bi amfre ni bre ma me so me nka ho ba bia. I wash my hands, I raise my hands, I beg you. Hey Clanam see behind the scenes for no behind the scenes for no who is why you behind the scenes. But sometimes you almost a branch be a friend of Kofi Wayo, our central region. And this mehuno twice your call campaign or central region. Yakwa asin kushiano. I asin off no. Me kushiano ho. Na enra na metese wa free mu. And kwa me oko social media na utie yaudia grassroots nu dia. Ahumete. And I mean, we say one lady be Kukua Mahama. Obetro I reho message be on Facebook. Maybe the grassroots no many or social media, and I engage them a lot. Nti eya enyemani buena bebre noa enemy dim komo ewo back door. Kwame a day me a day and this grassroots ni me enim komo kra not more than a bia 4 or 5 regions, different regions. Enra Tony Abranti Bokumasi Freno Yakubu Yakubu Tony Edu Tony Edu se Tony Yakubu andi si Kumase dia Abranti no aboa papoka so obekọ JM office no obeye video nani adem pa enra ofrem enra look. He spoke for 1 hour. Namijina ahoma no so. Emra kura de maame panimu bi so NDC panifo kedes ni bi frame ya. Ave de na me ka chen se maame me kwa ya de. Also about office akra I think Monday as a Tuesday no. Kwa me bia me sorry from anopa bia be 6:30 to 11:12. Ebia eye calls from different constituencies. Ebu wa a constituency chairman. Ebu wa a ena unim meti wo mo ase ena me kan meti wo mo ase. Omo frame a no mo ka kire me ene ka kire wo boss Julius Debra ka kire no na Yakubu Tony Edu. Yes. And now he called me. And this guy obia no bet me a discount to a Juma Tony Yakubu Tony Edu aye. You can't. Obiano and someone na me kan no enye ni nyina na metimi aka. And I know be friend me from Tamale. Tamale Central. Kwame la. Or sending me videos too. And you saw no videos o. National executives be videos too. Or say that will be a keep your dear way. And once and beba. So they call you and it's like and I'm saying, hey, now there be no boss. I won't sit here and deny Julius Debra. I won't do it. I've worked with Julius Debra from, ages. Yeah, 4 years now for 4 years, boss and, servant. Obiara nuwa organa only many Julius Debra ayonkufa. Inti nya have na me ba betra na me deny no. Say, No. And I don't need to work in Julius Debra office. But you see, they when they call you, so Bobie and Kasa Julius Debra Betty. Which is not true. For that one also, I won't sit here and lie and say yes. It's not true. It's never true. Julius Debra be okra be manim honi. Kwame, you winning elections way. Me boss me huni 3 times. Your mama de me huni okra da. We are say. And yes, BBA campaign abuano where we were in a juma. Just leave him for him to do his work. Now also nanto baby. Say your mama knew we are saying come bombra. I will still run my life. Anyway, nipa obet me wune ene ya e bet me akwakoda de be chese your mama ewu. Ya no so be. So I can't live my life and depend on somebody. No. On my way. Nasa da me sia your mama no. Amen. Men sia no na say efie nan no so no kwa. Amen. Enyam bibia ye nyina ebo nkokora me mekọ mampo no bekọ bole. Owo ne be fa ye nyina akọ. But the point is, se nipa ntimi bu o man ni yia. Eya na ehye nkran. However, Kwame, amamu ye a grassroots aswaya hye de. Eya na nye ayeme fa bambu. Even is Alakai, Bobie. So if you don't work at the presidency, how come you don't come to work? Sometimes once a week, at times twice. This photocopy business of yours is really paying off. Ma getaway or to Yumbi, Omo Christo Yumi. Opem say ye, Miss Mongo. Wakati matamfo say me sha dumbiase radiance me by 4 yes moja kwani me breza la kai enyama the photocopy is mope yeah uradi yakwa ye mewu ai la kwa nye Ebeneza me sori am kopem anu aduane o me sori am kopem anu aduane usia gongo ya busa so tu ya me kasai me kan ankrofo nyini o se Bobie se de oni agongo tie da se agongo oni manum yeah. Me sorry am ko pema no aduane man ko pema no aduane a me ne me ba kwa ku ye bebu ada e bi mfiri ba bia man ti menya adwuma presidency ntina me ma adwuma no me sorry am so me ko dipa yala me ko nante kakran na ja menya adwuma kakra bi ya na me so menya bi adi agongo kra unim se de be 1 year me ne nshi ada o adwuma wura no ankasa no 1 year ni yenshi ada 1 year ni kra yankasa ada so ho ni pada sani enti Bobie ama adwuma enti no Bobie wo presidency ye adwuma oh yeah Dixon says, Commander, I sent a police form, immigration form, army form, and other forms to the Accra100.5FM WhatsApp number. They are looking for first class and degree holders. Accra100.5FM mo fa so ya for her. Mo for immigration. Me wo madam bi wo Asante Mampon. Your friend Noah or your friend na say me call Mampon. Ti me ne ti was omude asoja for near ifo be gu krumo no. No say commander. Mesumano wache obey nam say Noah. I don't watch sa commander. Me grace ni police for bibire. And I say no I say me grace ni police for After said one who said, me Babesre. Now, no, I say, was your police for the onion? Say Accra FM. Mo fa me grace ni police for. Hey, Daniel there, Jai, yeah. Photocopy mine, yeah. Me that's it. Me fe no. Ayi, Kwame, mo fa me because obviously ne forms or whatever about. And that's also what apply for military there they know they are sending wa. They all kind of say maintenance ya. Commander Jai, you all know you work at the presidency. My kind of one, me nke you. Unyane de unimne ense utrim. Me menya dwuma presidency. Menya hwe ewo ho. Said the sign a woman trimu a mobeka monka. Amai. Memfa but I am say guy no central region guy no Kofu ayo de no. I grassroots no yapa and I think yes we know say omontimi and solve a grassroots yina but at least omo enhwena omo enye ehu adwuma kakra. Okay, so yanko your main issue so na we na konkodi nkomo live on Accra100.5 Citizen Show. We have issues with a shraj. Mpacho wetin the shraj ina to ha amaye. Omo person am ha madwene keke. Bobie, these guys just want to worry you. It's true, they want to worry me. But you see, sometimes Ayana and Yama sticky to and profit moon tentem, and when you don't deal with it, Ebeka Dakro, may you messages about insults, no? May you be actual, especially there is no day or best sending me private message. I did matama. Omo en link me to a chief of staff. Minim say almost 7 minute chief of staff one ne kobo. I to sure almost usumiti. But that is what they know about me and him, and I have accepted it. And in fact, I'm proud of him. I'm very proud of Julius Debra. Intinyane afi na meba bejina baby akase said the tieni damre nemni. I'm very proud of him. Hey, and as human as we are, or na juma, I don't go to his office. Say me tiwa na masore. Say, yeah, Kwame. Na Kwame, me say first day I make call your friend say, Jubilee House on. Na me jina on your mama order, bring your phone. Na me phone mama, write your name. Na ma tro, hey, me say gumachi eja me nyandai, me ba presidency. What is your name? No ma bo. Where are you coming from? Say, hey, yes. Na nipa no come on, ne bu afua na say, hey, over. Ma bunfu. Yes, bufu a edayam. Sabeta frache obo mu gu anu wonka ho. Ti bare nya wadwene se wo ka ho. Woni nam kuruma na ye wo se wo ka ho. Wo bedura wonka ho. Ya fra ya ji e man. Di uduru a na de se wo ye bia. Na wo ti abeka chem se me ka ho. Dakro me messages ni nyina acha. Akwaba akokra de kwa me yam some the number no send dey wo say check ni pa kroma me because me need true caller. Message check number ni bi odi amount. Akwa twa bo me. Hey. Anyway. So issues about disqualification arising from findings of commission of inquiry or criminal convictions. So an annual stretch at the near maybe a buy, and the near stretch at the buy. No, my mini can could you come on this issue and na yamrame kanwasem. So Joseph Bediakune convene a movement for truth and accountability. Na Ora Joseph Bediakuno at the assembly could die a year stretch. As some of the court die woman more shikakra, and that is exactly what we want to talk about. And issues near woman Shraj finds former GRA boss liable for procurement breaches costing Ghana nearly 9 million. Opa Diakwaba. Hello? Good. Boko there.
Oh, me.
Yo. Modi assembly kwa dying Shraj. Eya assembly ya efa hwan ho.
Me too kai.
Pacho, baby.
Me too kai.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I am some an position in who ye kakra. Okay, so my name position we JD No Radio. Thank you so much, Daniel Ade. Best businessman. We you know ya say. Hey, mo pese mo ya hunu adwuma potea meye. Ready adwuma so na meye. Come me boa. Me tu daga. Me tu daga. Hey. Asabeda mbasa mo de shami say. Hey. Pese mo ya hunu ade kura me. Hey, bema me yusu ayi current iPhone what me yusu ayi mo ayi ni bi. Girl you of the way. Mulepe Steven me pa chawo wa hunu obi a oye border oye adwuma e wo presidency da so wa hunu obi sa dia wa hunu bi da ade we ya mo pese mo de chechire me kon kuntan no men ti ase ready nyankopon se nipa so de asem be yire wa we kwasoro ba from what the be yire wo menya dwuma wo ho please I don't work at the presidency please oh yeah there be am be adwuma simple Debbie am a bedjuma. Na some de na some ko. And yet Debbie am a boy. Meba. Why? Na some de na some ko. No be a tran baby. Meba chop, mami kwanko ya juma na tell why, Mr. Wa. Okay, so another issue. Your friend is say ye honorable Kwakuado. Any afenyo marking. And I'll show you some of the videos. Me play tapes be Eddie Achremo. A question na yebusa. Say when it comes to NDC dealing with their own as to whether the nipa na aye no say boni anase papa. Media me pen say obi biara oyan this new obedi bone ne emra no eni ni but ebedina the same with eye afenyo marking eya okoshi police ni asum can it be same and as afenyo marking there you investigating no enye yi okay so bedi akwase aba Joe
minia Bobie.
Okay, Akwaba bio. So, Modi assembly could die in Shraj. My details, no, and it's about who and the outcome, no money edge home.
Oh, mammy to a tear for one casa, a lutama. I can't have the corner for Bakuno Mori. And the week, and I'm fair, and I'm a secretary fundings, no. Near him here, no, very damning. 157 pages na kenken we are okwabe show before more woman kasa procurement guard e friend police ana bisa da ko fan free finance what dey by GRA wono kwan that woman kasa e wo procurement breaches and you know
Some of those be brave. Time and you.
Hold on. Yeah, Joseph. Hello.
And you go to court. December yana. When we found this, there's a good news for us.
Me pacho. Eya assembly ya timus ma background sebe ya man for better asem see.
Background say omo contract company mi ensa say omo kanto.
Eyin for
Rono Motors, Sagel and Telenor. 3 companies. And as a group investigation who say that companies in Akata I don't know I don't credible. Their Kenyan is nowhere to be found. And Tiene Kwabena Yako more office, no. A person on Mana Sagel, Quatum office, where Bowie who wrote the out they call Accra100.5FM on my left side, or before the home. Yeah, yeah, ma, but if I check you won't be the other thing. And as I was company father doesn't exist. Ana or the Edmund Mao. I don't know some more music and talk out in Embra, Jerry Monto. Or the Freter Plaza. Could it be there? Make us a report on you, but one motorcade of $50,000. 2022. Motorcade, the Abisa, the motor of $50,000. I don't know if it or not captured in the report, but who am I to challenge charge? You won't go about Omodia.
Mami Musao, Suraj, your friends a GRA boss no, former boss no. Only CI on this matter. Only Kasa on this matter.
Baby, near the friend now. Our friend 20 minutes. When you prepare for Fabiano or no friend, they say the way for. Let me see the way for send me dead body. I'm a case me PhD.
That is Amisadai.
There been Amisadai. They want to name me. Julius name me. But
why wouldn't Amisadai Ankasa?
There be Menkasada on record. On record, Menkasada.
With this incident, again, I was expecting to by Bay.
Oh, see, I banned the case. Could you told them who am I to challenge the government? You have any echo. Melo and Sebisha 2 years, there be case in the court. Then the begin. Amisa there, what case be brew? I'm the court too. Media call SP. SP in person can be did not them. That guy. Because no matter what you have the case, we're turning in the Mamika case in Jiro. One, death track. Woman, she can't won't sit down. Can that only one more post office. Maybe I benefit one. Woman, she time. One fat procurement of a no than a man. Woman, 73 million. Can I see this? 2 years as an
I miss a die.
Obi ma 73 million say you 2 years as an yeah. Unyeska.
Mebao Joseph Diakon. I miss a die. Eye GRA boss no. Omo ma dev traco companies ka so omo
73 million documents which be that bro. Won magic so omo si na ma GRA e wo Kanda post office. O mi area ho omo guso omo si dan awie.
Omo si dan no.
Woman Sidano, but me tell you, almost scanning my debt track 2 years after Ansah no Sidano.
I see.
I didn't know massaging ready movies come over say Ansah no Sidano. On the command for procurement, only the Dan man said no madama, only man telling on a Runo ya, son of the Edmano. Process being one another case. 2, Papa BS Dank say or have bank bank. 4, because I mean what you know, no documented, do not bomb off. Mama papa bi o si abonsa kesi wa o si bank na kesi wa no modidi wo mo dan bi o cantonment American embassy Chinese embassy nchen wa e je report dia o mo twa half amasa abapa no no wa half so on si dan ma custom division boss no any residence of Vietnam o mo twa dan half o cantonment Chinese embassy nchen wa je report ase pese me ntiase adenti no mo twa sa da no ma papa no nim lo si dan bank da kesi o kana ha o mo dia ma no wo twa half amasa me ntiase o
papa be ya.
It's what it bank tank here. I don't want to put in a fix. It's about maybe I contact with it bank tank here. The whole kind of ha. On moment as I say half my year first I say half my company.
Some work no. Obua and which means you unim their work and me just so Bobie wrong. Ada.
Oh Bobie. That me yate. Me see here for us I see war. Chinese embassy countrymen American embassy start ho. It's meant for commissioner customs residents. And muta from papa be a contractor.
Papa Benya.
Bobie, fancy me chantro, yen to us men can be critical. What if I'm tantro? What if I'm somebody can be tantro? Me can be case I'm your media call. So I didn't SPD Yoku and make a choice.
So no. Since our petition, I mean, because we Ubo Amisha died in street. Menya shows why Bonibia. Your findings, no one who say Amisha die, and I'm a one.
Obi me partner say that's true now. Can we no fun is be my. Okay. I'm a make say.
Okay.
Me and nobody make be no me make location say. Chinese embassy cantonment Jerry for Bobie ko Jerry for ta ho. One more time for my papa be o see bank double sacket to one half a 10 free. So sit down the akama we say case in court. Enti me fa ya cry for the problem na later no. A case no omunye nimie say ne be ko better no say enche bia beba. Three. Okoto generators e wo comis. Sakama baby amete ya dan so majo ai. Okoto generators about 45 ekoku industrial report distribution. Generator na amisara akoto no. 2021 ni board is 2022. Me who invest in pictures na ho ma. Media cost charge wo mu di case nta me ntia to mu hwe mame. And so for procurement.
I see.
Enti enye se media ko me no se menye wan kam won ko for be afra na me mfa because wo no mu ta mi sada ati da me ina me dede enkosi hwe ba o me beba enti de bia me dede hunu kwa enkosi hwe eno mu nyane awu. Producer be frame campaign be that time. You know how my character is. Come me that time. Because you don't need to come to interview me about Abitadaki. Be a press conference come on publish it. And I ain't doesn't about publish it. And to me cases no there way card no depth circle asase de no and generator 4 ni nyina senchene be daddy
enti we ni ba kwa ba kamiensa
me kwa unim me pesa be this country am court papa be sponsor me.
Okay.
Papa can be sponsor me case nyina.
Okay.
Also be sponsor me makatola e be Tuesday me am yi case nyina free oku no wan nyina say na we me discontinue we o ana no so ma wie do beto so so nto aso me yi nyina dia court nyina be say me lose case na and me me schools me and this be me nya hwe but schools am ba ye case nyina asati ya so aba na dade di oni abusa me open clear time am fe bi mro na wa obenya kudu aka dia because omunya investigation ni bi me mfa clear for to problem me ka say court wan na dade we dia aba better report na bro for 157 now can can call obefu okay can who be angry who Bobie mean say obefu oba me famro Friday and Monday ye photo be can to obo you be angry on this report.
I see.
Jiminy Asanet ye case in there NRA National Lottery Authority wo mu se da bi wadenta me de koy e come fast wo mo de dan ma word of contact no and also a spending eje jerry nkwa na be case wo National Lottery wo mu se da bi wadenta ho for workers e come fast to process me ne nye ho me no so me de koy e pende e Jiminy Bobie as good me and this baba me nya hwe but me ye nya ko prison kwa na use movement ye ne ye nwa no mu president ye de na dade a we are happy ye ton sa si yin sika ye ku to ye business ye ku ndi ye nya sika kura na ma we kura be chega na ni nyam
Mate me da seminia ye be ka sabi o
Monday me document bro ne to pass
me da sibibre. All right, so that's it live on Accra100.5. Kwame, so far search for findings not to my quick now. Yeah. Juma. Amisha die no em say ono wadi adru. So ni adru so a em say minim at the crop because NCMP odwene wa wonte ase. But said ye nyina kai no all kan wi no kan bibi twato. It's good. Say abainba na ma obi anya akukuduro. All right, so disqualifications arising from the findings of Commission of Inquiry or criminal conviction, and when in just law issues. Okay, so findings. Anyway, thank you. That's okay. All right. So Amisada issue no omuguso, and minim say Ebrano. Amisada issues no one issue. Then concussion election violations. Akoso. Fire Quatachiman. Ansah ya baba ya baba besi your friend say interior minister ne press conference or no. Yanko Tachiman yanko Tachiman. That was in 2020 elections. Tachiman. Menkotia your friend is a advantage.
Everybody must leave the hall, please. Techiman North, right? Techiman North, yeah. We are Techiman North. Techiman North, Kwayam say Nipa Bear 4. And Techiman South, Nipa Bear 4. And a Koye. Kwame, Fabio. Ododio, all right. So young code Ododio. Young code Ododio. off him. Off him.
Also ho asem nie yenkotie ye owura Muntaka enra ne press conference or yeah enra na no to ma
careful review of police dockets, on-site inspections and stakeholders interview. The Special Investigative Task Force identified 12 specific cases. I must be quick to add that I have since directed that the report of the Commission on the Election Violence at Ayawaso West Wuogon be implemented fully for justice to prevail. 6 each from the 2020 and the 2024 general election, which collectively led to 15 deaths as mentioned earlier and injured 40 others. These incidents span multiple regions, including Bunu East, Greater Accra region, Bunu region, Northern region, Central region, Savannah, and Asante region. The circumstances of each case vary, but nearly all involve the use of firearms during confrontation between supporters of the two major political parties and instances where security personnel resorted to the use of live ammunition, warning shots as means of crowd control. Investigation into one of the cases during the 2020 general election at Ododo was completed. The Attorney General is currently prosecuting 3 persons who are standing trials at the High Court Criminal Division, Accra. The investigation established that 3 of the cases resulting in 4 deaths are traceable to the use of firearms by armed police patrol teams. Military personnel were also found to be responsible for 3 of the cases resulting in the death of 3 persons when they intervened to restore calm to chaotic crowds. Investigation further established that 4 of the cases, which resulted in 5 deaths, were recorded when party enthusiastic supporters resorted to the use of firearms against their opponent. The 2 other cases involve persons who were lynched during confrontation between supporters of the two major parties. Through careful review of police dockets, on-site inspections, and stakeholders interview, the Special Investigative Task Force identified 12 specific cases. I must be quick to add that I have since directed that the report of the Commission on the Election Violence at Ayawaso West Wuogon be implemented fully for justice to prevail. 6 each from the 2020 and the 2024 general election, which collectively
quick one, yeah, Ade. Make I say Yenya Mahmoud Kabore joining.
So 2024 election violence cases, starting with Ewutu saying
James Ghana football.
That's right.
Say Obe yeah, Emra Obe is answering for
East constituency, that's Kaswa. So 2024 election violent cases, starting with Ewutu Senya East constituency, that's Kaswa. The task force observed that the Honorable Phyllis now Koyo Okeno denied that her convoy was attacked. She was nowhere near the scene of the incident. Persons who were involved in the incident have avoided speaking with the task force, while Muhammad Ali and others who were in the Mahindra pickup truck and fired shots from their vehicle have also avoided speaking with the task force. So their opinion have not been established. Muhammad Ali is said to have been flown abroad for further treatment. The late Yusuf Larry Idris died from a gunshot, and those who were in the Mahindra pickup with him know what happened. The driver of the Mahindra has been traced, and further investigation is ongoing. The task force will continue with the investigation. So 2024 election violent cases, starting with Ewutu Senya East constituency, that's Kaswa. The task force observed that the Honorable Phyllis now Koyo Okeno denied
the issue with the Yenyaba na Koyo, but Minya yam picky na Koyo issue no Ansah ya baba be dealing with what do you think as an NDC member?
Eddie, Didi ka fa mama abaso, it's been a while. Me ba we di say achepa. Mama abaso di maso with the na wa me chia wa tifo do her phone na. It's worrying. Say the see nyina chi no na command san be isi na ebibi oho because of a year we are engine to an era where nobody would want to lay their life and a sacrifice for us again. Because if indeed say tax force will not approach MP no, and I would say would deny what we spoke so much about. And crack a honor man penisha bosoba, he will commence this investigation.
Yeah.
And ya some no pumasibre. God being so good, the investigation is ongoing. Yet response to a free cast for you know, if indeed that is what came from the honorable member there. Commander, I'm afraid, say in future no. Say mabuna ya idra about a treat to kura no oba no nye to adrono madio. A genuine love for the party. And some of these people will not lay their life for the party again, and that is where my fear lies. And see, I found the media and me and friend running. I don't understand. Say attack you, why to say it? Was your promise able to have a kumzinka? He knew. In fact, a lot of accusing fingers were pointed at her. Quite fast, where the young man lost his life. In the peak of an election, you lose one of your key persons through an ambush. Now, I feel there's a platform now. We say we'll never attack and all of that. Is it that at that particular material moment, you know, now honorable MP, Nina no on one as an individual, and now. Attack and all because it never happened. It's your holiday, no great media,
but Honorable Mutaka Anka said or say it never happened.
Okay.
Or say
she wasn't part.
Well, no, new.
Okay. Okay.
However, Ora Muntaka and denied the fact that there was
an ambush. Which resulted in the loss of someone's life.
In fact, Ora Muntaka confirmed say one Yusuf Biewu out of that MPP NDC confrontation.
Yes.
Why establish say Bako has been flown out for treatment.
Exactly.
Because of the gunshots. Right? And Sankrofo we me a pickup Yeah, supposedly, yeah, NDC pickup.
The Mahindra. Yes.
And they were attacked supposedly by
an opponent.
How Kumsi Crawford.
Yes.
So these things, elements,
so
Muntaka, I asked him.
Offer for me.
But, assemble to me, I see.
Yes.
Me Jekwami di say me Accra for now Simsia. The first person I'm contacting here.
Exactly.
The Kwame Kwati be catch them no. See a friend we interviewer. Me want confidence to reiterate the same ways.
Exactly.
So I don't see.
So that's my fear. One, Honorable Mutaka could have decided not to even lay emphasis on whether the MP was there or not. The emphasis is that someone was attacked and someone has died. So who are the culprits? And here one aspect. The second aspect is that the MP also knows her guys were attacked and someone died. As to whether she was part or not is immaterial. Did Nisi and see MP knew that was the time for you to elaborate. That's what I say.
Okay.
Elaborate, sir.
Because right now,
the set convoy.
Yes. We're not present
at the moment.
Yes.
I could testify.
And even if
she has no witness. Okay, was saying yes. No, you have a point. You have a point. But I'm happy for the other investigation. But Kaswadi also almost it's not enough. It's not enough report. I was here digging deeper. But now I was here budding, right? Budding. The Kaswa incident in Obi Wuye. We've been able to trace to somebody or Tiha or yes, a police. Okay, by 9K
no, but you know, won't be first of all more interior minister man to the extent say
me from board but the at the said sounds say the job say on the as well
in say no na koyo no feel say omo man information was status on no ni ho what you say
yeah
as to whether BB says you and as BB says you won't mean it ebia at the moment no be cast actually Ghana for no be na friend na dey abona mane but typical example kwa job pra so small scale
yeah
yene Erastus kasa ha Erastus ono si ye no ni ho grounds report
and be a Canada. That's right.
And on also edit two ja. And you are no on your sure say a beer why boni bia. What you say?
Yes.
The same thing with your friend Esunafo. They see
yes, a video.
Yeah, also I spoke to a friend say Erastus. He claimed that he was
eyewitness account.
And you be now call no eyewitness account at that particular moment. And in the heat of events, you can't tell now call yourself. Say you be an interviewer or more on Kasi Bibisa NC. You understand? Because look, yes, in elections, we say so many things during election time. If you are baby, I say
true.
So me, I don't see why, and I don't see why Nakoyo is just running away and trying to hide. And people claiming say vindicating your friend say Mama no need say
yes. So now
the vindication because now the Interior Minister has confirmed that there was an ambush. True of us.
True.
He has confirmed that somebody called Yusuf died. True of us.
True.
He has confirmed that somebody called blah 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 blah. Enipano based on
the circumstances
where Onumutaka entimi establish no and he say who how Kumsin Crawford
but even based on the circumstances and this in Ibia the attacking the party car because Ghana has symbolically Mahindra
common sense
is for the NDC.
Common sense.
The NDC so it means a whole day assemble anyone that's here and they bet what who be now. But if there is anyone having doubt, for me, I also believe is the kind of answer.
No, but where is the doubt? Me no.
There's for me, there is no doubt in my mind.
I feel say NDC for sometimes it because if so what tie Muntaka carefully. Muntaka press conference no no edi dance say BBS something happened.
Yes.
Something happened
from all the account he gave.
BBS.
Yes.
But also
not just BB keke Obiewu. Yes.
But what to be answer Muntaka many bebre because
why na kunu.
Exactly. Everyone say Muntaka no obejira onye NDC.
No. It represents the entire nation.
So you don't expect Muntaka to come there and come and lie. What do you say?
It might be prejudicial.
Muntaka to be made intro. Now some no coordination Muntaka interior minister na can say we na brabe dia dance no yende. And already the brand no worker.
Based on investigation.
Yes, but the issue of our Kumsi is vindicated and I find it difficult to accept it because nipa no we no ne de ono tro kan no da abrutra or shall ho yare no for the kobro mutu no.
But in all of this the MP not some kind no the ma base be finding ambiguity in it and say offer o party baby we are na said the honorable Muntaka report to confirm I will be we one use it for be we offer use it for no NDC ni na onye NDC ni no NDC ni
yes
offer sa oye NDC ni na parliamentary candidate na minimum no dia edi na ku Yusuf ambush na your friend is be me about an ambush yes me de na minimum but me ba sumasi me ba obenten me party ba asumasi no ka ho through the ambush na nam suma no fi ntimesra mu omi ehunu di oku no eboa because the kind of analytical capacity of our no bia na base no bia na what that capacity. So when you just say menka convoy no now the word English word on use there he has denied being part of the convoy. So which of the denial are we talking about? In terms of the understanding of the base, the very foundation of our party. Nti Mesre say interior the police should do a step further. Yatias here first phase somebody died. First phase there was an NDC man in an NDC Mahindra, there was an ambush and somebody died.
It's simple
as that. Second phase somebody killed that person. Who is that? I don't know the person.
So
then
which means Odi Efa say now call your Edim Kolasem. Yati.
It is a wine no.
Ghana police into me investigations to
establish who say we the kuno na we the kuno.
Ye nkumo bi o Ghana ha. Ghana police at me track ya ko hu nipa kro kunu da.
It does hu da. No more much more say they are going try no. Kwamba ni about the two. And here we're beginning to have a situation where civilians no feel say when it is about a direct police officer, one who belongs to the service, we go beyond and above to shield them. Even when we are told they have been punished, we the civilians don't see the punishment they go through. It's immediate offer. Best say, na baby adene yede to a eyeye no yemfanto because we nya asemu a awose ye kere ho de 2020 kura de kura ye hunu achibi na anu yada de atwam fie nan ye timi ya trace ya ko make arrest
but you know so can say the
is it the latitude of time for investigation?
No, but the basis they say
Also, Utiamun Takaya.
Yeah.
All other cases, no. A man forced to pay forward. Well, one so be asked to pay forward. Or so much me a fine those involved.
Yes.
As to how they did it, I don't know.
But the people, he said some people have been declared wanted.
Yes.
Who are they? What are their names? Where are their pictures? How do you declare someone wanted? Not civilians, right? You photo. Now, go over Kerofoniata. You declare the fugitive of Wava. Makura Sidukura Hunu photo. And the people we say we have declared them wanted. Are they police officers? Are they civilians? Who are they? What are their names? Where are their pictures?
But Wamobo.
Maybe who they? I've reported who. I've read the report, but I've not seen those names. He just made a categorical statement. Say, on my number of those who are going through, on my number of those who are also going through, I say inquiry-based bail, and a beam also had been declared wanted. About 8 of them also. Who are they? What are their names? And where are their pictures? So by any who I draw Jack Shine. The bodyguard you will and there. Your boy they are to you. But you're keeping them. Wanted is wanted. Nobody shield someone who has been declared wanted. Until the issue of say blend and now who protected their privacies neither here nor there. So let's say we are happy. Within 4 months, we will know upon for more interior ministry. We've been able to do something about it. But we didn't enough. Mondo Mosukokesi because the report that has been produced in the form that it is being captured, it doesn't satisfy all.
Maria says they don't mention any name nor show their picture.
Yes.
So which means it becomes very difficult
it's very blur.
Help you.
In fact, it's not blur, it's opaque. Well, and in situations like this, the citizens are used as a tool of investigation. No what you put with number could say, oh, think about the huno. But me when the photo at all and call for a buy to social media.
Over your prayer, and rank one. What's
I concurrently? I say, ah, Bobie, I know the next year where you say, I go away there. Oh, Abomozu.
There was a guy, Okumne, you're in a I think Central Region, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, Johnny Beshe, Kofuru Diam Kurani Biase. I say for 8 months or 9 months. The say Kuranas were now familiar.
Exactly.
Obia ya okochi ase.
Any aduano.
And obi hu no. Obia ya okochi ase watra o say Kuranas wa hu so obia hu na chi.
Aye.
Ene.
You say there a chile twa.
Ni nipa baya oye.
Yeah.
Dia kwaso wo no afra kurumafo no. Enti akura ene akura se there, the year Kitua Popotua Bokochia, not knowing somebody, then know him.
And a clear. Recently.
But the last message was this is shady and stupid investigations. All he said is just compensate. That is all.
Compensate in the offer. Obia no wait to my car and then come. In as much as we respect the work they do, we appreciate the effort they are putting in. This is not enough. Excuse me, the lad will be on doing Kutana Kuma, certain words have you used. But where do you more her? Of an example, one man, think of when you know about us by a hobby. Menanu ya Grufomi Quay robbery war. A table, a
microphone.
A drum put them more. Some minimum friend of Waby. Yes. No more robbery, no why. No more Jania by a search the honum. Go home crass also.
Yeah.
Now, when about Pebby say or no dear, Nanije politics home. And Wakoto TV, Akoto Solar, and the Abo or the Kuranasi Amano. akura na se ho na fura ni no omo ye ni patra omo akɔhye omo ba ho asaho ho omo so medi pa no bi abepe pa di utun wura bia ba no mo bɔ crab be tre obi abedi pa
na gwa ya se dwuma be na wa
omo anka bi enhye numre duru a papa na ye jese kura se bɔ ga ono no yi TV ni ade fura ni fu na omo ani da TV so news yi ana oye wa kɔbɔ hina mane me se ade e che ni achi omo chichire omo de omo kodrobo so police station
straight.
Look at this is what we call that when they say in investigation, when they say civilian as a tool of investigation, this is what it means. Compensation, who is paying? Who is paying that compensation? Is it that a police phone a deep on into police phone a compensation? No. Because in the case of Ablekuma Central, if I wouldn't say any civilian a kum Abbas, then national security operative. And the boy Abbas no a worry 2 weeks. Enti a also investigation I could say national security operative is it part of those going through the court process? Is it part of those going through the what inquiry bill? And now is part of those being declared wanted yet we don't even know their names and pictures.
Yes, you know, honorable Muntaka ebema omu pictures. Any details are now because I don't get it.
Yes, he has to. He has to. Pictures no more here, maybe the fear is that when you put their details out, the family knows so they might take their hand the law into their hands and all of that.
And yes, picture.
I just wanna maybe. I don't see a trust wanted to be near tomb cause Obi declared wanted to be a bonnet Obi. Even
can for the crowd.
Why you bonnet Yam Kurobu for Namami? I walk was or go we and can for that and a guno. At wanted no dear, I got for that and Mukro was supposed to win in answer. Yakopano de Kumba for attacking. I said, dear, I wanted the income prego. So that is that. All school of thought do not support the fact that they say people have been declared wanted here. We don't know their names.
We don't know their faces.
We don't know their faces. There's no school of thought that support that. It's the investigation where here. Whether more of us said that's a bimbrabi. Whether why you be bad when you are from. No. Offer to very honest.
In the report we are in for the transfer move. AG2 mu say munkoye press conference na munkonkoka. I mean Ghanaians are grateful. Say for the
effort.
For the effort.
Yes.
Every Ghanaian is grateful. Yeah. But when you
and of a big crowd for me, I don't think it was the duty of the Interior Ministry to come and do any pressure. President has ordered for a forensic or an investigation into a matter. We are moving for my report on command. Can we want you satisfy our?
I somehow
and I call Luma who say, well, if you come yes, it's a cabinet minister,
and I don't think
I agree with you.
The Muntaka I know will not just pick the report.
No, so
definitely there will be some
communication first.
Then it's like, okay, so Interior Minister, you can go ahead.
Address the people.
I have the problem with the content that when they
say echo cabinet and padia.
When they read
a review man once and ever.
Because one. So
and I'm more for Jamaya.
That's only medium como. Now I catch them and say, "Encrophobic botu a friend say ododo.
Yeah.
If we botu or her. In the me and case war a criminal court way. Fine. I don't need those people because Ghana for you want to find your share. You try and say a bit but the moment you tell me say there are some fugitives on the run. And only you're wanted. That is the word you use.
Yes, they've been declared wanted.
If those guys they have been declared wanted, then let me know who.
How do you declare someone wanted? What's the procedure?
Even the procedure, a be a media main for procedure no. But they found
why not declared wanted? No?
Why not declared wanted?
They say yeah, it is the all with a guy in Syria. Oh, why are you way, baby? They say baby, make a one as well. It's me.
Oh, why not declared wanted? One. What would you say? Two.
What move for you away?
Oh, for you away. On background because they declare we wanted. I'll say
yes, brief background.
Brief background.
Yes, the profile.
The profile.
Yes.
So give us the profile.
Now for photograph. Photograph. You see, I like the style of leadership in this administration where
we are a half report.
I can't have. When I can't have, we are both first half. I can't second half.
No, seriously, I don't get it.
Of I just said DBS here. I like the posture of young government trying to keep the people in the loop.
Informed.
Yes. Now you carry them along as and when the government moves, but how big dangerous in terms of information. So man wa money here a dangerous class in the one makura. Go by here say oh there has been considerable progress on request that man the buyer. So far ya ye niema kakrenti Ghana for mama yemre amre semuno e details baba beto abontia die na when it trimu say onya justice da can draw better pa because when him say I feel the justice is on the way. But the kind of information they have to abontia say nipa no you be oya analytical obe who say indeed justice delayed is justice denied.
Because to be honest with you, bro, on the now call your issue no.
Yeah.
And I was with my son. And on any time he comes around, I devote all my time.
Yeah.
Anytime he's around.
Yes. I've monitored.
Everything I do is about him. I don't even go out. And I just want to sit by him because Ansah Kolari, you know.
Yeah.
17 years going, you know. Now I feel. Ozo person yes over pa me dim huni.
Ozo ani. Ofo Futi.
Futi na oh mitie honorable Muntaka na koyo anope no. Me say be tie no ha bio no. That is where I'm having issues why NDC blame na koyo. Because honorable Muntaka anka no baby ase BBNC. Indeed BBS.
Yeah.
In the report BBS. As to whether na koyo testimony no ene kebe mo motimi achieve omo target.
In fact,
I don't know.
Na koyo gave a frank testimony. And the frank testimony is that she was not part of the convoy. That is a frank testimony. It doesn't mean something that happened.
Something happened.
Because at the time she was just a parliamentary candidate. She has no power to do commence investigation. On this council or the other independent group will be also investigation. So what was she going to speak to? As far as her individual knowledge about the issues of concern, she was not part of the convoy. Now call investigative body and I just say obi ko attack no not my hindra kam o the person was Yusuf bi ewu na now ka ho ana o say men ka ho. How does that make it lose the credence of asma substance of asma yekam?
So in the first place na call your a video no a man for body did na tem no only intro
no
anybody
you see, she has faith in the current system, and so there's no need to control.
So which means I think say time when I call your cultural committee no say na onika. I think they could have
probe further. No, it's a committee na mbisa of further question na you are then
now money aha.
Nina, dear Grana Walker.
Committee for the why.
Ah, offer photograph. No committee. Committee members. A professional investigative group.
Such a form you know.
Oh, but
such a for I don't pass them.
But say of my academy, you know, yes, we appreciate the effort that has been made. But we believe, say,
as Antimia or Nibini friend Apai.
And I visit. We appreciate the milestone. At least you see, for the first time, the Ghanaian public feels to say, "Unya semwa, enya unkwan wenya." The state institution that will follow it up for you. But we are saying, say, as far as the 2020 and 2024 election violence is of concern, no, report to by in our honest opinions as citizens and civilians, you know, it's not enough. Especially with regards to declaring people wanted, you know, who are they, what are their names, where are their profiles, where are their pictures. Na timamu for the investigative team. Na semuno yenya no puma sibre. We are not belittling their effort. We are only asking for more.
Thank you. Me honorable Ansah ora Daniel Kwesi Asiama honorable Kwaba.
Yeah. Minya Bobie.
Boko de.
Oh, Boko. Ejuma be say wa oni.
Nya better.
When you phone na answer no show. Well, Bobie answer the one so what is the inflation about from?
8%.
8%. Sir, I say I hit digit about 2 months ago.
Yeah, 9.4.
Single digit. But
you see, Meno, I think sometimes I am tempted to join the street conversation about inflation above from now. How does it affect me? Me and make a street conversation.
Oh yes,
because the street conversation and when do no ye kasa kire omo no e ho no omo and do no question ni. So I'm tempted to join. Though me bo Abaina Basu, me bo Governor Basu, me bo Atua Basu, me bo JM Basu. Yes, definitely.
Oh, street also bo Basu.
No, yes.
Open layman analysis.
Layman.
Wafa. Enye honorable na asase ya kame ye simple analysis bia me personal life wafa personal life se na no na me betu enim se ya na so se nga me peche men ho. Inflation and exchange rate has saved me a lot. Exchange rate me wafa operation area if you live in Chado, you don't follow traffic. Of I say on the Ben ministries. Timber honey go to America sika. Na me dwane. Ah, me ya dollar na about 10. Now see the mess papa no. Offer sika na nka betua no. Ateso beye almost 40%. Sabre no na me see me nyadan a meto akonwa. Spinters kwanzo could be friend kitty was a kitty. Could be sakunya. Boy a bomb no. And run me to me go to a kunyano. Me calculate no. Nice swat to by 35%. Of a day ya ba yani ye did ye 1 day, a ben 1 wadi. Mono first name de pie and cresam. And the uncle some minimum biafa. Enti ba ku bi ediaba me mo de bi advert mo bia offer before elections ye be win am bank ran no na kuma say ye to ba ku 130 Ghana cedis enran ko anwumre mi ko tobi 97 Ghana cedis. Enti the only difference here ma who say inflation yen because abro bag no a me ko to no adwene dwam December 2024 1200 no and abro bag no 700 the kura no ye be chase me ye de betu mirika 700 Ghana cedis but the only difference is maame no obodo kono no ono nko a de ono nko a dokono no ofa dokuru tu ze onye kese enso fakwan wojina na dokuru no si kan na mutimi nte so a aburo na abofo na nka dokuru mo de kakra fam to no that is a challenge but you see so me dream ofa me dream kwa chiri anam say hwe aburo no free drobon so akura bia say isa kurom kwan no nye the driver ni kwa just spy fuel abafo wontimi nte lorry fare so to the last end user no be use aburo no na pura border so to say the petrol no kra bo so
anyway
anything we might not get it 100% but to be very honest with you there is a direct iron was 1 ton 9,700 December
Obi catch them say let's assume say NDC be two inflation say 23
yeah 23.8
and then ka omo eye lose na ji boom
exactly 54
to 20 yeah never 28 and at 30
nka yenda okrum ha
enye so wona enka sa dokro no a oto no 7 cities no be koso ato no 7 cities
that is my problem
probably nka sa me ke ato dokro 12 cities
we dem say
ana
exchange rate ba from and inflation ba from no importers be catch them say yes obunti dem ma so say old stock
this
is omo clear wie meanwhile dollar cost a there is nothing like new stock and old stock
so in the time you won't confirm
old stock no egu no okoto no say $10 per cedi no your dollar no cost 17 cedis say ade be chi no so dey cost 17 cedis
anyway
nia ewo me say eja Bobie me be dru hanu na mo ka security asem election asem we say enukre we say enukre but nia wa kan nukre edikan ebebua no okọ enima nti say mami honorable koyo aka na nukre amount for to me did not but once it is the truth ochi na ebebua no otwa ntro na enye otwa ntro na enye
mini ho
nti no onya ka nukre no onya ka na nukre de mi dem abo nsema ma because ukotwa ntro sese ebi obi gina eho wa bie glass wa ho wa twa video kura omo se hwe video we se koyo wo ka no ma na omo se onim mo se wa twa ntro and as a member of parliament and looking at the constituency dynamics baby a owo no na enye nti o ka no kra de aka no kra na di no be ko nyankopon ho now on the issue of this inflation asema me di ban me my eduma o makolada Ghanaian populace, especially business people.
You know your main and I say na koyo issues in your main.
Oh no, me the ban me ya no kaka na koyo asem na your main issue. Enye na your main.
All right. Okay.
Yes. Oh, Ghana for dwadifo wo kwan bia omudi punish aban a wa misbehave. That is the way they behave. Those who trade media minimum wa shishema makola pa. Oh, share. Makola to crony nyina minim. Baby no hokra. Na in the center of Makola no there's a community. Yes. And I baby no light now the for one for light I want to me ura. Now, aban na do aban no any kenu furatan omabo mana bro. Inte dwade force so ti ho etete. Say dachi a ti sese nyanda yetima. Price na ba fom no. Onu so on ti so. They have that mentality. Enye. It is a straight one, mom. Enye. But inflation coming down to this particular point, no. O MPP ninu shano o se hwe nkoso o maimu. Intin pese me bi so mo say inflation omudi aka say o omampanyi kufuata na o single digit no. Na so ya o single digit atamusa ya o single digit no. Na anu de omunya infa anye campaign. These are the issues we have to ask them. Na ewunya MPP ni share but enya mi wonwo na do ankasa ye omu leader atwemu no o ka chese mu se hwe nkoso but na do ni wura fi se wa disika so ko sha sorry da no wan sha sorry da eye ka and ɛna bondholders so ɔmo gye ɔmo sika ɛyɛ ka ɛna yɛ tua ka no ɔsi hwee nkɔ so ɛna npp fo so di n'akyi si hwee nkɔ so ɔno ankasa ne appointees a wa appoint ɔmo sɛ ɔmo wɔ degree ni masters ni doctorate degree no ɔmo tumi twa budget ɛdi brɛ Ghana under the ECG ɛna ɔmo ka kyerɛ sɛ sika afi wɔ yɛde bɛtu kwan no ɛyɛ 31 million Ghana cedis eko wi aseɛ no nipa wabɔ ne tiri sɛ okita pɛ yɛma no tii num ɛne ɛmu ɔdidi wɔ hɔ ɔsa de contingency figure ɛde ata ho no waburu saa figure so about 300% from 31 million to 91 million Ghana cedis ɛnum ni nipa wa appointed and that is the problem we are solving today kanye gyina hɔ no ɔmo sɛ nyankopɔn na ɛbɛsɔ ahoma no enye ya na yetira odwin se na ebe ya amakane no agina ho. That is what we are doing today. Intuition people no catch say fi nkoso a catch say enye mi wonwa e kire say wo ye na nado asefo ni bi. And that is why you are speaking that way. Because the nado ankasa gina simpio so ana agina mu campaign platforms so aka say mu se hwe nkoso. Mu se hwe nkoso. On the issue of now call your some account the security issues. Oh, in never be what it is our government, it is our party. But sometimes if you want to rescue, you give some type of information. Keep nipa thinking. Then I will think say no. It also allows the leadership to think proper. I just say when people begin to ask questions, why is this open fincher the mouth fincher, you come back again, isn't it? Now they have to, as a teacher, you give some problem question. Question is a problem question. As a self-farmer, problem questions, no. Emma Ghana and school koda. No almost solve. Intinu. It is also a strategy. When you are learning strategy, no, it got into a time you must put a problem question. So this who need teacher or class will try this answer. This one is a problem question. Most solve. Intinu na yes solve. Obianya butrebi biabeye. The way things are grinding at the security side, what is most important in any say, we need to be educating our electorate. Send our election time draw what we should do, what we shouldn't do. Because young politicians been say democracy crown papa, especially some particular political party. And so in this particular situation, the Biayeko Okaye F5 say ya children now on the electoral violence are all that they were doing about it. Now call you the susu by onusu kananukre. I think we have to allow them to work. Questions must come, and they will always come. But now me call Honorable Mutaka office. Me to me try hosa we call back we call matran or 2 hours. Misu misiminya dru ho de mi nko. Say nyumra menya botre na mahunu achia no ntia keke no onu su time ohun mi no so honorable sorry wow say na hasite they are really under pressure working hard for mother Ghana, and whatever we can do to support them we should do so. Unima say mo ka che me da no also say looking at the space available to take youth for employment in the police service, no, a best to say 4,000, but application about 50,000. How is it going to solve this problem? And these are the problems on the table. Senka aeroplane anaketeke etu nanado numu time uwe square ye fra se brabe juma saketeke na etu mi fra inkande no mrante ni baba want to me be bo pisu sa say ye bie say go and apply no. The kind of numbers you have is mind-boggling. And so it is time for us to think about how to open this economy. The economy that can absorb the youth, the teeming youth forever. Monday, me conference be, and then there's this gentleman from the 24-hour economy. Or catch Ghana for say, in the year 2015, Ghana's population will be 50 million. In that's saying to me and your botran tenasi, catch and say, we are going to tow this line to expand this economy to create employment for the youth. No? Ask yourself in the year 2050, 25 years from today, no? When you have additional 20 million people added to 30 million, year 50, no? What are they going to do? The youth, where are we going to get jobs for them? So me can we their first say the 24-hour economy in semi can looking at the plan and the vision that is talking about using the Volta Basin and then the Volta Lake as transport, using the Novi region as the cargo hub to open up the economy. I think that is the best way to go, because in Nanwa Sema SEO Galamsey site is it Ahafo Shidem area no one send amrante etumi pie senka omukodin semboni. They are all there doing, maybe they are not doing any employable government jobs, so and nuntina oma piesa. But these people need job. They need job. But Bobie, do you know something? I congratulate the military people. Say now, MP before them because say oh I congratulated them because me bompa say Mahama ba say nu galam say time now police ni soldier phobia enko tutu onko bia. We love ourselves. The reason why we have a lot of the youth without job and this becomes a security concern is that we didn't expand the economy but in the past 8 years. I am so shocked to look at the figures. Me see onyankupo we nkwa na ebu Ghana. Inka bebi ayeda and then we nyefe kra. Say yanka say to me tasi ye nyamo mu sa anya $8 billion in this country. IMF then say look at the meetings and the aeroplane Africa IMF in Tomoma say 3 billion. So if we have natural resource in the soil, Ghana for near Misra say let us do it in the right way and get more money and expand the economy and let the youth get job. Let the youth get job. They don't have the job because one no more car in there. Omubie mines Galamsey sites no. They are just destroying the future of this youth. And Brantenu Namsa opening Bobie. So we are going so much rokabi. It said time is money. And time tells. Mina me kachra brantie bi a otie mi say in dem match wo hunu na nka mi wo match pa mi sha tade we enko unya na match susu ba fom and na be catch say umre no atwem ye catch me say ni mre no atwem onu say o da bi. But there are some things you cannot do again. You cannot do them again. And so today you must put your energy. Miko village and Mifesen and Branted Timotosu, wusu say, one hondi na say. One fan bro, one fan dia koko, one fan titin kukon kitty. Na sa macho no sa. Now what than you be original streets now beg. That is what we want to guard against and in managing this economy. And so, as Ghanaians, let us all come together. Near air security concern, let us look at it. But I said it everywhere, say, until the investigative report is out, I will not support my honorable member, Ado. Niobe kabia minfa. Do you get right? Niobe kabia mikano Ansah and Andra musi ontia is it 15,000 now? 15,000 now. Bani in free Accra. And yes, sir. Oko omumanu bill no. Yeah. Yes. Inti bisa musi had enti no musi ontia 15,000.
We have two issues.
Yes.
Yeah, you dealing with, and so since you have veered into this matter,
yeah,
then I will ask you.
Yeah, do
that the way NDC deal or tackle issues when omwahunipa ewum as against said you know politics is it here.
Yeah.
But the question is, you saw a Afenyo Markin slapping a policeman, right?
Yes.
Speaker, only interest in that story. The state, any interest. The NDC government, any interest. Or that one is not a crime.
If you finish asking the question, my main guy will say, that is why we have teachers and people teachers. NPP always use the political law to govern us. What I mean by political law is not in any book. And he said, omu political party epeno. omuba power enu no mu ye. Meanwhile, we have a constitution. When NDC comes, we try to do our best to use the constitution that is written for this country.
So in our laws, when you slap a policeman, it's not a crime.
They are in power. Is that not it? What did the government do? Time Afenumaki slap away 1 minute power.
It's recently.
Yeah. Yes, the government, like the security agency, should have taken action on that. Do you get me? Omanfa, but Niente Amika Sani say NDC near, I'll shout the way I am shouting because it must take one person to be sensible in a family.
And
excuse me.
MPP
No, the MPP no, they have their hierarchy. Anke someone shouting, Maka. As some way see Maka can. In the first place, no crano, as I said, MPP party come out to discipline their leader. Have they done that?
No, they even promoted him.
Have they done that? They have not done that. Now NDC no on to me because say NDC ni leader every year sadia. NDC party Ankasakra will come out to a statement, and that is why I'm telling you that it takes one sensible person in the family to change things. I just say someone should be out of here, and so no the left no the bed, and yes and the right yeah. These are some of the things.
The BB NDC supporters no Accra.
Yes.
They want answers from you guys.
Yes.
Why are you interested in cases, incidents, when NDC person is involved? When MPP person is involved, interest will low. Why?
And I make a choice. 1992 constitution. Yeah, children one moon MPP Franco. Yeah, they tell us plain, clearly say, Omudio Omuntam, Nyomu Pen Omubeye. They didn't take part. They told us that they will not sit down with farmers and fishermen to write the constitution.
How does it affect the issue of serving justice?
The justice must be said. Anything that Ubisa me question me catch or say. Inka SSA police force na ukayeno na NDC force from supporters no more okumatom. But there is something in Ghana.
The same strength how they shout on Kwabena to shout to the police that look, you can't discriminate.
No, Niamika just said I shouted.
When?
Time yepanasun. Tenya hankwa na miba. I did. So one tier I did. But near woman is a me catch us. It takes
you
one sensible.
You were free even when it happened. We couldn't easily pick it up.
But once it is an issue that we saw on video, one it is an issue irrespective of the date. One it is an issue that happens. We said it. Do you get me right? But it is good. I shout at my brother. Do you get me right?
That says no good. The question the grassroots no able to answer.
Grassroots no me paucho me no. Who leads them? Some friend me honorable. Who leads them? Who has to teach the? We have to explain to them.
That is
and they must be with. No. The explanation me mano. That is the way we should go.
That.
Sir, we should deal with our own to do the right thing.
They agree.
They have agreed to that.
Yeah, they agree. And everybody, every sane human being agrees. But the question is, almost Busa say, MPP ni afenyo ekasa political elites no ho ana say afenyo is above the law. And now there is a pact between the speaker and Afenyo or Ghana police and Afenyo. What is this? That is what they want to understand. Then they will be clear in their mind. They don't have any problem. After all, Afenyo obe on that end this nibia eketeso. So supporters, but the supporters, the sensible NDC support, NDC supporters, they are not stupid. So they are asking wise questions. And then me busa on.
Nentina we can say. And that me who back been speaker post be. Or see, I survive in silence. The time I oil speaker the first time no, He said, I survived in silence.
No, how do you link? How do you marry the two?
We have to teach our supporters the right thing.
So
they may have questions.
When you slap a policeman,
No. I didn't say that what Afenyomakin did was right. I told you that we condemn it. But Adodienu or no Kayun, Afenyomakin, what did the MPP party do? So we know that is their
DNA. Is not in power.
No.
That is in your hands.
The power is in our hands. We have to arrest him, right?
Of course.
Yes, I agree. But he comes from a political party. Before you become a minority leader or majority leader, it is the party that says that this person should be there. What did they see in him to ask him to be there? We did our part. What did they do? The police must arrest. They didn't arrest. But that one is within the parliament. Within the parliament.
Mm-hmm.
And
so when you marry the two issues, what do you think? What do you see?
What is happening right now, the parliament and the police have not come out to say finally that you win the case.
My case.
Has crime have ending date? No. They are hearing. And they need to take action because they know this is what is in the mind of a section of Ghanaians. Say, it is an issue there that we have to work. But it is not a bad thing for me to reprimand my child. Is it a bad thing? It is not a bad thing. Because everybody in this country is talking against Galamsey. Ever raise public uproar. I must be the first person. Are
you so sure Kwakwado
I don't accuse him, but I'm saying the investigation should come clear. Until that, I'm not blaming him. Because now there's investigation going on. Into investigation, report numbra.
Okay, back to you.
Over. Meji de mi hu e ba kope. De mi hu ni se asante se piaya wudua fire o hwe ase no. Nanti mu wudura no wa ya hwe yi. The MPP used the power they had to do a whole lot of things against Ghanaians. Be a Bayajuma for be ordinary Ghanaians. And almost had the power na shield they were more. Tova mofrano renanka esu no to pani ofie so won hwe ma mofra ni ye konwa no emfiri nsu no. It ended up in the most humiliating defeat of our recent political honors. Ope group wa mprempre ameno kase omoye very very discerning the Ghanaian voter, especially the base of the NDC. Offer the we are one of the most active social media persons. About social media. None other me offer. Me have some George Kokan saying before TikTok for within the party. You saw how they roasted him up. Whether they were justified or not, based on how once upon a time, their darling boy, no other me, I'm a boss. Or as a medium fee, adoye, and your bonny adoye. Adoye no could see the wrong person, so Nipa don't hear this base in the hipa. The base that saw this young chap. A very brilliant young man, party based in Niagara. Look at what they did to him for that mistake. And the development of Ghana is tied to how long the NDC stays in power. And on all fronts, Bibia say, you better not buy much. It depends on the party forfeit. And the descending Ghanaian voters forfeit. Between using your power to shield people blindly, and because they are innocent, allow the system to deal with them. And they say, Uba use power and their shield now why any pay of the hene. I feel the NDC base is saying say every movie and find a kakam in 10 months. No single corruption. In 10 months, no single winchindi. In 10 months, yanti bonibia. Na nipa ba kope one NDC member be. Na yebiti my investigation na say no sonse brode jua. I save the entire good image I wo. And say you use your power to shield the pakro. Na amount will be a fan as a baller to feast on.
Who did he say? Using the same power to shield your opponents will not cost.
I've never said we should shield any of our opponents.
No, I'm asking you.
Media. I what for that me fear ni kra mansion na wa bonti me fear ni.
So you want to sit here and tell me Afenyo did nothing?
No, I want to sit here and say they use power at the time to shield Afenyo.
That didn't happen under your government.
Well, Speaker must investigate.
Okay. So
Speaker should investigate.
From the two of you, clearly,
and of course,
from Mumi and Nuno, today I've learned something.
Yes.
What I've learned today is that clearly, there are certain issues. See, Kroma with MPP involved. My interest is very low. Because even as I was correcting Honorable Asama, say a see this year.
No.
You also went on the same tangent because you can't even remember that Afenyo Markin did this to Ghana and must be punished. But to please MPP, the two of you are so quick, telling how you are ready to crucify your own.
Offer the very institution, the very institution now is Afenyo Markin disrespect you. They were the first people to bring out the statement.
That
what was the statement they released?
Dampari was not there.
No, I think it was at the Dampari.
It was not at the Dampari.
Well, me, I can't remember though. But the police service.
Let me give you a background. So the issue was about confrontation with the police and a member of parliament, a MPP minority for. Right?
No more going.
This their recent demonstration. Omukobu kotra form kokwa omonai any hadis okaya. Omukotra transformi. Omukotra transformi. Afenyo omukotra transformi chere omuna omwejimiche in Ghana for nyina. So with that confrontation with the police, he slapped one. Okay, so let me show you guys the video.
Yes, it will shape our narrative.
Yes, but the point is,
because there were two things. Recent one I'm going to transfer for me was about want to miss arrest too, and then you
also during that time, no, always no mercy crew. Always no mercy crew.
Working out there.
Yeah. What does it? It was where 3-4 times. Hello, are you ready? It was where 3-4 times. And one of such confrontations, and a man, a friend of a police in assume.
It's bad. I think that. No offer. Afenyo should be investigated. Offer because you see, you know me.
Not over.
You know. I've held a certain principle.
No, so now,
yes.
Now, you appreciate NDC supporters' pain.
Oh,
and their frustration.
No. They are justified. If this is the comparative analysis, then they are justified, and I respect that feeling. Afenyo is not above the law, and he must be put before the law. If you move, I heard the speaker assuring people say, if the ministerial vetting chaos course is yet to receive the final report, and people will be punished and all of that.
So somebody is asking a question. Oh, say your police near the police or no encopenenchino. You realize that some people even don't understand the procedure. They just talk by heart. And you say your boy immigration food to that was 3 or 4 days ago. And Tigana buying and as a police
immigration phone got you know. Some no myself. You know that is not
when people speak you wonder
that's not the right way.
People say do social media ko kasa ye dey abra onyansa wo form.
That is not the right way. Oh say ade bi ebesi bia na yempese ebesi biem. Nti asotwe na ya de mari panya tan ne tan no. Yempese afoforo hwe so ka say mi nuan we oye na de ne course ahohia we mutimi nyibi. Obroni friend deterrence.
So NDC grassroots to agree that look NDC ni eye bonia.
We have no one.
Yes.
So as MPP ni.
Yeah, that is
yes. So and I agree with them.
That is where the frustration side.
I agree with them. I agree with them perfectly. And I pay them itie owura to me former Agundama general manager. Na Akwada also interviewed. Was it? Sure. Na me kwara aba witness na no kura mi ni me kana me ho ntome a ozi mi go twa ntro go Davias
mo ye free wound to me no mo free me mo Bobie give me
o say as you nobody da do but na arrears na kota man de ka be de o ni ntua na ka so na dwuma mu pendifo yi go do TV so listen to that maybe you should interview him. Someone who have served to me as general manager. I no feel said he didn't come no. And at the okum no, and you be na ye no, you no anamu to be na we sir. And this is who are happy. MPP for discerning MPP for happy. And then Urado, they say speakers on shield na. I found your marking. Speaker should not shield him. Obia obeye boni okurum ha no mran ni ndi abana sa ebia na ochina agenkwa oman so mvojo mama nye ona wo ho but it will become a culture and it will become part and parcel of us. But yenya NDC institution where mranu ni NDC ni when NDC ni eye boni yenya MPP institution when mranu hu MPP ni ye bon se da kufa ba ye nvi wa twetwa mu na ofa ebia ebedu ba ni ya bon kokorowa na mutitifie na mo ofa asem na mo man ye no you'll be worried why that system will be dealing with us. That is why I think this is the turning point for us as a country. When President Mama says it's a legacy term, it's not just about development, it's about resetting. The resetting there. Yeah, hear more being fan of Kaka message. So ye NDC, so ye MPP, so ye CPP. That's it. I don't know who say Abraham TV social media. More for share videos. Also, yeah, I heard one advert. Oh, so I say ordinary grass. No one get free Cray! Oh, that was so. Where Casa Bubu? What does he? Material Lands Commission, Minerals Commission, and I'll Ministry of Lands. Na Grovumi no Asemaba, na me na metro ahwehwe a. Say wouldn't maybe before read or when this before. You don't be back now say. What us here? But the picture must be shown out there say radio. Did you ahwehwe? I don't know how you microphone.
I show be to Facebook honorable Asama quickly no yeah check here there or show to the Facebook your friend is you ready nearby how Kumsin ne Facebook page. Okay, so honorable Mavis how Kumsin, right? And we have the full content here, and I read. I wish to formally acknowledge a recent press briefing conducted by the Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, Minister of the Interior, regarding the status of investigations into election-related violence associated with the 2020-2024 elections, concerning the disturbances that transpired on the night of the elections in the Ewutu Senya East constituency. Disturbances. So which means something went on. Yes. Okay, underline. Underline. The findings reported by the findings reported by the investigative team have substantiated my initial assertion that I bear no responsibility for the violence. So violence echoes, which tragically resulted in the loss of an innocent life. Obiwi. So now Koyo is not lying. Yes. Initial video no NDC supporters Eddie crucify no. Now Koyo an intro. Now Koyo say violence akoso. Now Koyo see enipa. How are Kumsi abe buttress asem no.
Onokrati actually want to say it was election
disturbances, violence.
Election disturbances now open and yewa.
Me am kuno. Okay. So it is pertinent to highlight that the unfounded accusations orchestrated and led by the then parliamentary candidate of the NDC, Ms. Phyllis Nana Koyo, precipitated an unjustified and unprovoked attack against me during the Ablekuma North by-election a few months ago, an incident that nearly cost me my life. While she may have derived some advantage from these, baseless allegations, I sincerely hope that those who have wrongfully accused me will possess the integrity to issue a full and unequivocal apology for the trauma I have endured. So,
Wafa, Honorable Mutaka report no, has he written anywhere say as far as Ewutu Senya disturbances was of concern no, Honorable Howard Kumsin is innocent, Anna?
No.
The whole report requires say investigation is not concluded. The entire report said there is an ongoing investigation.
You see, look, how Kumsin air catch say violence is
yes, election related violence.
How Kumsin catch say any pay
yes.
And it takes two to tango.
It takes two to tango. Now, Koyo, Abeka say election violence no is against her and her team.
Exactly.
Now the interior minister and a friend say, how comes in? Abejia to say yes in the baby anywhere Muntakaka say a friend say how comes in is vindicated,
yes,
or exonerated.
Exactly.
Or no interior minister problem they say.
In fact, who how comes in go need by report no.
Yes. But
diabetes prostate hypertension any kind of infections, and so diabetes it's me with that, you know. With treating diabetes, you know, your facility your formulation be a de can Emma diabetes no quick we treating Emma recovery no very very quick nti ene mpese many etifo nyina eche this formulation na this formulation ya hwehwemu yama obi a try that alone and I ma obi so I try together with tontina and the effects and I say result I with tontina no very very positive than using it alone and nintina ye pese ye nemo eche this formulation. Now this formulation ye hear three things ye be here enyama miensa ye de be this formulation together with tontina. Now the first one apple cider vinegar. Yes, apple cider vinegar. Yes, oko pharmacy shop kasa ope apple cider vinegar. Now you be here cinnamon rolls and so yes cinnamon share and a back na roll no you be here and also near here anka chedie lime you be here lime. So these are the three things metric senior bit me use emra ye fat 74 and so you need these three things. 1 apple cider vinegar and 2 cinnamon rolls and 3 lime and kachedie. So these are the three things you be here. Yes, now whilst you take tontina emra offer tontina before we did anopa any number no after say we did then you prepare this formulation obepe insushare like tea hot say na insunia shima wo de fa tontina no yes obema insuna e sa pepe te say nya wo de be tea no na sa insuno half glass about 150 ml about half glass insushana half glass na fa cinnamon roll no bako cinnamon roll no yi bako efa to insunim na kata so for 15 minutes mpacho we recipe bia whatso obase na say we follow steps na pa one kasa we be changes emra we fat together with tontina. So we be heating insushare na wasa insushare na half glass about 150 ml half glass. No why cinnamon roll no bako roll no be bako e dia to insunim no wa kata so for about 15 minutes na be ya ebe yi fight enduane duro na was cinnamon roll ni mo no e bait me eyi egu insushare ni mo ti se senya yeti na ba obe man si ho for 15 minutes. After that 15 minutes no anka twede no obetwam enketwa no yes anka twede enketwa no obetwam na we squeeze ensue no ni juice no egu cinnamon tea no emu ube slice anka twede no na juice no we dey aka cinnamon tea no ho we wi a na fe waba apple cider vinegar na so eno obesa na 30 ml ubetimi use a tonti na your measuring cup no back here 10 ml in nature say apple cider vinegar no and obesa na cup ni miensa which is 30 ml. Now what they are this tea with cinnamon rolls no yes with the apple cider vinegar 30 ml no e the be fra a cinnamon tea na no
I see
yeah what the fra na kai say what they already no what the anka twede ne juice no e the aka ho. So these three things and now be fa first ube tea no with cinnamon roll no back cinnamon roll mpacho and funny be bre mpacho and I powder so roll no be yi back now they go insushi ni mu yes now akata so for 15 minutes we anka twede no obe slice ya utwa na fi we insu no we squeeze insu no egu tea ni mu na fi wa be measure apple cider vinegar 30 ml and na tontina measuring cup na miensa now the account na fi one after say we did after say we did inti Ansah na obedi no kai diabetes there obe fan 30 ml tontina 74 no be fan 30 ml Ansah we did anopani nyumre na udidi wie ye no na fi wa ye tea nso no one na anakwachi mpese Mrs. Super said this combination therapy very very effective in treating diabetes. Is very effective in treating diabetes.
Sensi suka kri bi mai obi wa a mexeno
yeah
effective say oh fair kwa West fast as treating diabetes no.
Yeah.
It is in.
Yes. Inti mesan ACCBM tontina key mpacho test na ye try obi a o use we tea no kwan tea na formulation or use no kwan and obi nso a o use any tontina na hu say any tontina very very effective. Yes. Inti na ye di tibia se na baby tina bo obi a. Inti emra wo fa tontina 74 Ansah na we didi. Tontina na obi use in so share 30 ml. Anaka cap ni miensa na edu no wasa cap ni mienu e de afra no wano 30 minutes Ansah na we didi anopa ni nwumre na udidi wie nso a na fe wa beye uti we de huni se 80 na tea no mesu be hia nyama miensa 1 apple cider vinegar 2 ube hia cinnamon rolls and 3 ube hia lime and katwede. Yes, into who hiti insu send 18 no who hiti insu share over sign insu no half glass and a half cup about 150 ml insu share half cup na for with the cinnamon roll no be yi back mpacho powder no with the roll no at the between for 15 minutes cinnamon roll no with the thing insu share no for 15 minutes na fe anka twede no utwa we squeeze insu no ni juice no egu is cinnamon tea ni mo. After that, no ababe apple cider vinegar no 30 ml and na tontina measuring cup na miensa e de aka tea no na fi one no. Iti huni say tontina o be fa na na we gidi. We didi wi nso na fi why this tea e de aka ho na why fine. Na formulation yi and found how longer diabetes no our one check and found and do offer. Just do this. With me away for 1 month. 1 month cry is too much. You would see changes. Mpacho we away and pacho koso afraid with me afraid all the time. Because whilst you are doing this, there is a higher chance so with me ako hypo and now
that is confronting us. And which is illegal mining, and all of the efforts that government is putting in place, all the things that we have done during the course of the week, trying to expunge this menace from our society. Now, if we recall, a few weeks ago, there was a declaration of certain areas, forest reserves, water bodies, as security zones. And following that, we had said that there were some 400 trained security personnel from the NIMOS team that were being deployed to man these areas. And so, the week prior, the NIMOS team had gone to the Gorsu area to go and conduct a recce. And on the 1st of November, on their way back from that recce, around Boliko, near Shudim, the Half region, they had spotted an illegal mining activity that was going on by the roadside, about 10 meters from the roadside. And so we just stopped to take a look at what was happening. And in, per their protocol, as the NIMOS team conduct an operation. And as the miners spotted them, they bolted. And so one gentleman who was operating the excavator, who happened to be a Burkina national, was the only one left. And he was accosted, and Keneboy instructed that he refills the pits that he had dug, and then also called the site owner to come in for questioning. Now, whilst at it, the NIMOS team also set up the shelters that had been erected on the site. Usually, they erect these makeshift shelters that they use for offices and accommodations and things like that. So they set those ablaze as well. Now, the first individual who arrived there was identified himself as a defense intelligence rep for the Afro region. Shortly after, 2 other gentlemen arrived, claiming ownership of the site. And those 2 gentlemen, in addition to the Burkina national, were arrested and handcuffed. And per protocol, the NIMOS team was going to take them to the police station, the nearest police station, for further prosecution and things like that. Now, they conducted a search on the vehicles that the two gentlemen are riding, because they are riding two separate vehicles. And they found a Smith & Wesson pistol. They found 2 pistol magazines, 21 rounds of 9mm ammunition, a black side bag, mobile phones, about 12 of them, power bank, and cash amount of 11,000 Ghana cedis. Now, while the arrangements were being made to convey the suspects to the Shediam police station, which is the closest police station, some other individuals arrived at the scene demanding the release of these arrested persons. And the Director of Operations for NIMOS politely declined the request, maintaining that these arrests were appropriate and the right procedure were to follow through to the police station. If they wanted the release of the people, it had to be done from the police station. But per his protocol, once those people had been arrested, he was going to hand them over to the police. The matter quickly escalated to the extent that we had to get reinforcements from another police station to rescue the NIMOS team, because they had been besieged by a growing mob who were threatening to burn down the Fidian police station. Colonel Boa's Toyota Hilux pickup, and the process was vandalized. And this tense standoff created, some serious threat to life. And so they had to retreat. Now, we want to use this opportunity to commend Chief Superintendent Prince Odom Kodua, the Half Regional Crime Officer. There was a 15-member regional task force headed by Inspector Ofusu. They were supported by Superintendent John Atanga, Divisional Commander for Boso, Superintendent Opokuyamwa, District Commander for Kenya, and then some other senior officers. These are the men that helped, to basically risk off the NIMOS team from the growing mob. The reports that we got indicated that the mob, the number of people there could amount to up to about 600 people. Now, in the interest of peace and calm, and to prevent further bloodshed, a decision was made by the police, the military, the Zongo chief of the area to release the keys of the seized vehicles to the owners. And then the Zongo chief offered his Toyota Superior 4x4 to evacuate Kenobo and his team. And as we agreed, we were here to share updates on government's efforts in bringing sanity into our environment, in clamping down on the menace that is confronting us, and which is illegal mining, and all of the efforts that government is putting in place, all the things that we have done during the course of the week, trying to expunge this menace from our society. Now, if we recall, a few weeks ago, there was a declaration of certain areas, forest reserves, waterways, and security zones. And following that, we had said that there were some 400 trained security personnel from the NIMOS team that were being deployed to man these areas. And so the week prior, the NIMOS team had gone to the Goso area to go and conduct a recce. And on the 1st of November, on their way back from that recce, around Bobie near Shediam, the Half region, they had spotted an illegal mining activity that was going on by the roadside, about 10 meters from the roadside. And so we just stopped to take a look at what was happening. And in per their protocol, as the NIMOS team conduct an operation. And as the miners spotted them, they halted. And so one gentleman who was operating the excavator, who happened to be a Burkinabe national, was the only one left. And he was accosted, and Boy instructed that he refills the pits that he had dug, and then also call the site owner to come in for questioning. Now, whilst at it, the NIMOS team also set up the shelters that had been erected on the site. Usually, they erect these makeshift shelters that they use for offices and accommodations and things like that. So they set those ablaze as well. Now, the first individual who arrived there was identified himself as a defense intelligence rep for the Ahafo region. Shortly after, 2 other gentlemen arrived, claiming ownership of the site. And those 2 gentlemen, in addition to
Well, folks, my name is Ketchere Kwesi Apiapreku. Yet you can call me Yamiti as your Tafrija. Kwame, minimum no ayeden esi wo ho. Okay, Euro no ota 125880 and ota 125993. Enti we ni interbanks rate used by commercial banks for transaction at the close of business. That was yesterday, Thursday, the 6th of November 2025. And then we are baby income. I come dada. I am dada yaba na yaba bedi. So we are mind papa now we are Ghanaian. Se bribi kwaswa na boa my Ghana yeka. Se bribi kwaso so na yansua yebeka. But I want to see you on Facebook. At Mama Yakika Humbo na Facebook live. On the Citizen Show na yenjene wo my Ghana hundi Ghana hunkomo. Monica Kachra say and o comment be making kind Eddie Ambon. And Godfred the Che Amuzu. Thumbs up. Richard Aqua, I say watching you live from Dubai. Welcome, Ketchere. Welcome. How are you doing, Richard? And Slim Gozi, I say more fire or Tafrija. Alberto Kai Kofante. Hey, Kofante. Remy so the Nedia Ba. Hey, Aluku. I say good afternoon, Ketchere or Tafrija. Good job. I am listening to you from Adringano. Good. My regards to all of you there. And Samuel Coffee says, Home Sense. Hello, boss. Go on. You be on. I say, Uni Michelle Waman Penny. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Papano Minim. See, I bet and a Hurricane Melissa. At Tusha, Jamaica, Fosso. Those in the Caribbean. Cuba for Jamaica. Haiti for Hurricane equals Salmo, Salmo, Ushakra, now, Viraho. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, or say Ghana. Once when you be in some kakra. And listen to me, we are in a global village. Anti a cow nenti and a cow. Now you bet me a church or your whole door. Na and I'm quite be say so. Ye penny for say we are near Yamawo. Anti woman penny His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Ni nyansa ni nimu diemono. Or say Ghana yam for 10 million worth of humanitarian items. And come Sudan for. Anyone my hurricane. Sudan, no more be dear crying. So when your brother say check television power. Near fan of famine, you can famine out there, and yes, I hunger or come na duo. Will be, or come I don't know how to even describe it. And Kuala, and Penny, and Merewa, and Kokra, and Ketesia Mrante. Who am I, Rebel? Who am I, Rebel? And the appropriate somebody Bribika Krako 10 million worth of humanitarian items. Ghana rice papa ya maybe local rice papa would dear yan shine starch ya would dear on what you want say ya di biko ya di sichire ko ya di nroko pa mattresses ha ya gari mix ya di biko entade mpo nipa beshe Lacoste ni t-shirt ni trousers na de de be ko ye friend mobile toilet ye de be ko efe esan say Ghana ye japade ba ko eye chocolate ti ya kwa ko mo chocolate wo mo afumfon wa mo dehydrating nsuo no no we want them they need vitamins they need protein ya come on mubi ya the water tanks ko assorted the Ghanaian made product Ghana yesu ya ye bio ya donate am Jamaica for Cuba for ni Sudan for Masa bra Facebook na behwe ade na guwe me kasa na wo me ka banku tafreta ho na ofri say odaseni John Dramani Mahama His Excellency wo yesi anti onyankopon wa happen won hira wo man Ghana won hira wo man Ghana be hira wo man Ghana Francis Kawasaya o say President Mahama is a man of God. Philip Kwabena Kasem or say Dr. Bamia will surely come. Okay. 2028. Good. Paul Ateku or say Kechire more fire. Piaga or say NDC should pray that they will be in power forever. But if power change, Ghana will be sweet rough. Abetokai or say JM you do all. Also found the Anibra live on Facebook. Found the Anibra. Fabra na men kai mau. Fabra making come out. Richard Atasi, hello, good afternoon. I'm watching you live from Spintex Road inside the Oka Deco. More fire. Found the Anibra na share my like it. Fakoma Tibra na share na yanko. Sudan is actually becoming the forgotten war because of Ukraine and Gaza. A sign to kwa ekoso. Ewo Israel for any Palestinians in Temunti. A sign to kwa ekoso. Ewo Ukraine Russia for them. Ye wire ye free yankasa ye de we bibre mu Sudan. My God. And that's a would do Sudan na avreho. Why should it be so? It is our responsibility. It is our duty as a nation to move forward and give a helping hand. Assist them. Nasana Mona, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, which is a Ghana for na. I am proud to be called a Ghanaian because Anna Moya went to a intensi. I want to see Simon Fire, I see you. Aisha Ahmed, I see you. I want to see you. Mbesa mi hu so. Antonim, my uncle. Ana bribi ha mi kakra. Na matena sie susu adwene ho ebisa ensembi. As a student of sociology, Missia Bribi Kakra, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And Missia, and I can tell you, sir, baby, I agree, and yet, Diane, yes, to cross summarize here. Summarize my and yet, Diane in a Ghana for sure. And it's very sad, sir, and that's a sure petia. My petia na Ghana, a Ghana baby age. Paite ba me ebe hu me mobo na wa ma me pictures bi honum videos bi footages bi ebe me de pa show insio kakre yo me ba cha bra Facebook o dia bra Facebook na ye din komo bi because se abeka ya somewhere okay se abeka ya somewhere was it last year and doctor no wo kolebu no last year na kwame okay say insio afa doctor bi na wo kolebu
yes
kwame okay bekai Ensure chino yiri no abunkam ne ka cheno de ne ko hye nsuom gatem de ne ko ye ma papa ne wuye atodi abra Facebook na betwe se ne amekan sabi ota frache me na me to na menu mu ye me na menu mu keka me na mpese me titia ensure go kakra na bebia flood and that me said that far from Laboni Junction and I me say me mfroka I just wanted to observe, watch. And man who say what the veterinary is. Come kwate. What be the veterinary no? Ewo ufri laboni. Now do we near as a wo call la baby a musi clinic hospital yo mubuni.
Yes.
Good. Vet for be veterinary. Ewo right side. Me who say gata wo ho. Ana omo aye ade ankansuo ni to a betimi afa tokro betimi afa gogu gata ni. But sa tokro ni da ebu esisi.
But senior, I think this flood issue how
because
in the airport where I do well Kaswa block factory hodom now building busy hodom sa the way the cost na ye Atala building na see sa Kaswa road hodom
Atala dynasty one
Atala dine between old barrier hodom and they cause our block factory no na menti dentia contractor bi akọ na ontimi because hwe omo di adanse say building esi so
building is so
because and then any crowd it video ya unwini hwe police ni bro obre cause insoning na ata na akọ anyani insoning na ko shiawo sa Atala building anim no and ye twama BBC na BBC wie a and I don't get it.
Come on, you know who I want to ask you.
I don't get it.
Sometimes I ask myself
say building na say muchirigu Atala building na say muchirigu a ye trending.
Oh say Ghana for ye nya
because Kaswa flag no dey. Hey, fiti tobu to eko. Enyina ed eba. Na say na can say a president first light honum so say Accra me honum omo ye den pa so ti ase
yeah
nti eboa but this thing flat ye beka kanka opa ochina man so nto say weather na ye no enye won say fitenimre ya copy mo ochina no
nso be san to biam
but adewe ya kanka minim de ntia yet me solve flood issues in Ghana.
You're too bad, but when
you all the places are in Soto, in so yira manfo. Sina meboa.
Of course, we know. I didn't know him. Kwame, the problem has got to do with our engineers.
Oh, engineers.
The assemblies. Baby, as I die in this year, a assembly.
I saw be my permit.
And who gave that permit? You question the poor signing my permit.
Oh, be my permit.
And you see, these are some of the things. Ye can't obisi a casadodo. And ya casana ye do. And by now, some beautiful French and can you hear why? And call Lumani can also be said them ya kakra. Kakra,
so you juma,
and can beef now. Oh,
Debre. Badi says so you juma isn't quite say. Who didn't kakra?
Kwame, I can wait when you're kakra. I can draw kakra. And my cook and my quackum when you're beefing am kakra.
No. Sina David. Me no nyajin.
Now when you be Jan Salmon in the boggy, I'm an that's not for phone. I have to Kwame, what are you saying?
Sina me no nyajin.
Oh, but you're penny for the back thrown on watch. Yes, as if, but you're faster than my coupon. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Or say, Enche. Some say wakati sword be
a big push.
No say Ghana, the whole of West Africa, yakwain a beye kama. Or say Ghana will have the best roads in West Africa.
But see that me
one pa years Kwame me bo and kwayesania nanado. The former president Beka Ghana for say Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa. Wanka West African po. You know. So it's my prayer. It is my fervent prayer. Say nyankopon nyame ne kan nipa akoma. But nipa so ne man ne ho kwan ma nyame kan akoma. Anti nipa sa ho na nyankopon kan wakoma che se we prim wakoma. E che se ne wo ye bia no a hypocrisy ye ni so. Because when you permit yourself, when you allow yourself God will touch your heart and God will direct your steps. It is only when you permit God to come into your life.
But I know senior and Mijitum. By Yen Sanchez say, is so fitty every week. It's so never goes to
and so better
enjoy to.
A better
enjoy to. And what ben a year boy on Ebishia since so to fit anopa. A copim in the mirror. I'm sure say Accra be flooded, the whole of Accra. From morning to evening. But Skakra away, senior Anto Bebreu. Anto Crow.
Anto. Now they are
Anthony.
In some way, Twasso, Bayer, assume. Let's assume without admitting, say, I try to assume 3 hours, 4 hours non stopper. Then he be home and cry. I die question my well fancy or say, oh, Mahama. Samuel Coffee or say, good afternoon. Watching you live inside Kumasi. I used to hate politics, but this current NDC administration is gradually making me like politics. Okay, Samuel Coffee the way by Francis Osei, also President Mahama near Chip Dollar near George Mesa says good afternoon. Nana Aiko Moni Juma. Anyone that calls me Nana knows me very well. Maybe I don't know. Prime Edge House Painting was more fire. And Joseph Ainu says, I am enjoying the show this afternoon. Good afternoon. It's me, Omega Okaikwisa. Omega, how are you doing? That is saying, Dixon Dagado or say, good afternoon, Uncle Ketri. Welcome, we miss you. Yes, I also miss you, people. But you can get me on Sabekame on TV. A free Jordan or Pebia, Mene Atitibu TV, so Akosifiada. Memory Nanso, a free Anopan song starting from 22nd of November. A free Anopan on 7 to 10. And then so be home. It was CTV, so. CTV and so I shame DGR the OSB office need to be abolished now. I say and no bet I see JM is really the hope of Ghana and Africa. Aisha Ahmed says good job John Dramani Mahama and also coming from Yote Isaiah on also the About Citizen Show. You are the best watching you live from Kubekro number 2. A kid Farouk say more fire. Also Richard Atta say JM should continue this governance. Third time. Also Uncle BMO. Mikra say Uncle. You see, no your papa no your best supporter no. Engineer Shamaba, we see you. Famous Sir Max, ordinary I say watching live and clear inside Sifi, Jaboso in the western north region of Ghana. Otepa, famous Otepa. Okay. Nice one, Mate. And also cost one of our dear bra. Na yankin kind enfama.
Keji Bobie so on the student loan trust fund.
Yeah, student loan.
I think say abana yade.
Papa
say we increase going by 50%.
50%.
And adeba ko abana ye.
And the interest rate was no what is to say
by
12% to 6%. Abajon Dramani.
And senior the government are buying on the education sector. Nyama president no. Yes. We say uko school and no academic year.
Persons with disability. Was a munko school. Yeah, John Dramani Mahama. I don't know.
So I think maybe Samia with the education sector no because you find the sector by sector. Education sector, health sector, agriculture, finance, because next week no kind budget. John Chinapo,
yeah,
the energy side, energy sector, no. Nancy, I don't remember the last time.
Dumso,
a penny ho,
Dabi,
what you say?
Yeah,
Fui, but Yanese.
Floor no see I the baby crowd 10 something oh baby 11 something and I'll cost shell ni go and as if what total for na and the and na me say no crowd 12 something
it's ohwe see and e wo no oh where a student loan trust fund
in here yeah making kind rate for tebia okay this letter and that you're saying and that is 7
yeah
So student loan trust fund for and I did criteria, but also for immediate release. November 7th, 2025, and major reforms as part of President Mohammed's reset agenda. Mamikin Kai Kakra Enchro. Also, the Student Loan Trust Fund is pleased to announce significant reforms following President John Dramani Mohamed's directives for loan amounts to be revised and for complementary measures to be undertaken to enhance affordability, accessibility, and equity in higher education. 1. Introduction of Student Loan Plus. Tertiary students can now apply for the Student Loan Plus package, a component of the No Fees Stress initiative, which provides tertiary students with full fee coverage loans disbursed directly to tertiary institutions. 2. John, I had you. 2. I say increased loan amount for regular student loan. Regular student loan amounts disbursed directly to students have been increased by 50%. Consequently, loan amounts now range from 2,250 to 4,500 per academic year. Interest rate reduction. The prevailing interest rate on student loans has been reduced from 12% annual compound interest to 6% simple interest during period of study and moratorium. And it's a omampeni aya dear we are. Asembe pa na ebe ka kire no. Abraphobia say nice one live from Mama Samai. A good prince was good afternoon senior, good work. Thank you. James Bright Yale was watching you live from a dummy. Keep doing the good work. Okay, you go so Mitremu Ediama the Commander 1, Commander Boham, Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Desmond the Da, or say the devil and blah 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 may pretend not to be seen any remarkable thing about President Mahama, yet in his heart he recognizes that Mahama is an exceptional and uncomparable leader. Truly the leader truly the leader Ghana deserves. Ahiamazi Bright, does he place? Someone should tell Mr. President John Dramani Mahama that if he like it or not, he will go for president again. By hook or crook, I say. President is your uncobium. Or see uncobium. So these are some of the things. We call those things deeds. You can't deeds a numa. The legacies. After all, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama says, Sebiota Frache, Mimedi president. That's not my first time. And I can sit down. It is the state and they take care of me. But because I want Ghana to move on, I want Ghana to progress, I want Ghana to develop, I want Ghana. Some fun and Toma Penfrenti. You see? And yeah, binuma baya na wanom pesika eviesika efumusika na yedi bi you see mami kanu kura bi nkyere etiefo obi ani honom a Sebiota Frache wotan obi no aya me de me ho example MPP fo ho me say me NDC ni NDC fo so ho me say ka kyere de we MPP ni na so catch the Kumasi boy. Catch the Kumasi boy there. And there were MPP ni. On said you be no mudge. Ne bi no ma fa kwan bi so no etwitwa nipa 19 akeka nsam wo animu obehwe na obisi mi hu catch the wo eyi kede Japan fie ka Japan minim ni fie. Minim baby ote. Na sebi onya madamfo. And this for kasa no na MPP for so ka catch the no. I have friends in NPP. I have friends in NDC. What me I say? Professor Ivan Satamios, me buy no pa. I always say me, our former president, Jerry John Rawlings. Or no, and I'm a ban in chain, a brand name, yes, student. Of friend Victor Salome, a man for Jassabwe, of friend Victor Salome. Victor Salome was then the deputy finance minister, and I was 2 car back, castle, and farm, man. Not me calling fear, a man BD, a man baby die. And I did what job require my McCoy. I was a student. And to a bit to say Rawlings, hey, what was I can out on Sakame? Victor Salome, may he so rest in peace. That was the reason why in the year 2000 thereabout, President Kufuor or Chiche Omo, Minister Pepramu Begu Mo Secondino, I was always there, frequenting there every day. And to me, I say I work and obey to me, I can and family home. Whatever that you want to say, obey to me, I can. But Johnny, I say Accra FM, good afternoon. Thank you for the good work you are doing for Motherland Ghana. Created leading to Chairman Joe Ashama, Communications Officer. Okay, blah 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 blah. John Mahama is supposed to go again for another term because Ghanaians deserve a visionary leader like President John Dramani Mahama. We will force you to go. We will force you to go again. And Kuntung Klumku, God bless President John Mahama for thinking about Ghanaians. I'm from Kaswa Iron City. This and more here. Making Kaimenya Butrakin Kainin in Adia Mama. Yeah, I am as bright in me home. Molu Pestive in come on my baby, but in time, I mean, in the meantime, come on, Cassia-pan or Honum. And then never do for Babet Lasio on this show. And we will talk, we will discuss, we will dissect issues. Now, you, baby, I bet me a day, and Sembia, I have my Ghana, Apuma. But I don't know, Kwame. Kwachi, I don't know. But for Mbonremu kakra na enewie for enkasa. Paite Samuel. Okay. Anti me bia kwan na ade ato no me de ama me ba che ofra aye tetetetetia why aye 0302 2080 90 0302 2080 90 0302 2080 90 ofra ya na yeko. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. My afo frowa ha mo mbehwe phone ne ma me. 0302 2080 90 Papa Chris says, we the youth will force John Dramani Mahama to go for the third term. Greetings to my hard-working MP and Minister for Land and Natural Resources, Honorable Ama Kofi Bua. Okay, hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Me pacho lower volume na wo radio no hono ma me why the number na. Hey. Oh yeah, sure say we do no.
Oh, majum.
Ash. Okay, my yenti. Okay.
From Oscar
me pacho say from saying
Oscar.
Okay. Radio.
Na me pese me bi say obo apenya ma de ye bona panya oye.